Oh yeah, you're so fun. Okay, yep. Okay, so semifinals of the tournament, we have Lume and Alani Landman in the green versus Fernanda Rocha and Alicia Rodriguez in the black. Love all.
Okay, it's semifinal day. It's Andrew Slater coming from the University Club of Boston. This is the first professional ladies semifinal. In lime green tops, we have the twins, Alani on the left wall and Lume on the right wall. They're the #1 seeds.
One love.
And they've come off 2 weeks ago. They were a 5-game loser in the U.S. National Tournament in Philadelphia. They lost to Susie Pierpont and Norelle Krizek, veterans of the women's tour. This is the 2022 version of the MFS Boston Pro-Am, which was postponed from January because of Omicron, and is the first major tournament for the ladies as far as prize money goes of the season.
1-2.
The team in black won yesterday. On the left wall we have Alicia Rodriguez. She went to Trinity and is originally from Mexico, and she is the assistant pro at Marion Cricket Club in Philadelphia. Her partner, also from Trinity, originally from Argentina, is our assistant pro here at the University Club of Boston, Fernanda. She is a veteran of the women's tour and has played many tournaments and has just come off giving birth to her second child in August. Nice reverse by Fernanda. The Landman twins are originally from Port Elizabeth, South Africa, and both were in Rye, New York at Appowamus and Connecticut, and they still reside in that area, teaching at different locations. Yesterday's match saw Alicia Rodriguez hit some very nice backhand drops. There's an error from Lume, just hitting the tin with an attempted 3-wall boast. We've got a full house here at the University Club of Boston. We've just had 2 rounds of the Pro-Am, and we're using the other court, which is directly behind here. We've got a bench up so that the other court is filled with spectators. 4-all, first game. Fernanda elected to take that off her backhand and back up her opponent.
5-4.
And hit a very nice backhand reverse. Oh, we're going to play a let there. Fernanda clipped Lume's racket and thought she hit her in the head and stopped her swing. So we're playing a let. Good rally here with a lot of action up at the front. Alicia's going to be really upset with that because she had Alani backed up, and all she had to do was pretty well hit the front wall, and she hit the floor. Five-all, first game, first ladies semifinal. #1 seeds, the Landman twins from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. now residing in Connecticut. That's a nice reverse from Lume.
6-5. Yep, that's right. Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, the referee had to ask. It apparently the reverse was actually hit the tin. So the score is correct. Alicia and Fernanda are up 1. And Fernanda's asking for a let.
Ball.
So if you're unsure which twin is which, they alerted me, just in case we have a bit of a chaotic rally where they're all around the court. Lume has the pink shoes, and Alani has the turquoise shoes. Good angle for the cross court from Lume that Alicia was wrong-footed there and whiffed at the ball. 6-all first game. This is the first of the semifinals of the women's. We've got another semifinal right after this match, followed by the 2 men's semifinals. All the seeds advanced yesterday, so we've got the top 4 seeds
7-6.
in each draw, the ladies and the men's, facing off tonight. That's a very nice backhand cross nick volley by Alicia Rodriguez.
7-0.
She was a freshman at Trinity College when Fernanda was a senior, so that they've known each other for years. Alicia being from Mexico, Fernanda being from Argentina. Part of that mystique of Trinity College, attracting great international players.
7-8.
It looked like Alani wanted possibly to call let, and then realized that she had Fernanda backed up and hit a very nice forehand volley there for a winner. The Landman twins are up 1. And there's an error by Alicia. She
9-7.
hit the ceiling. Ball was out. 2-point gap here for the Landman twins. I'm not sure whether Alicia really wanted to do that. I thought I heard her hit the frame, but she hit
9-8.
she hit a forehand reverse for a winner there. The groan in the crowd was an indication that it didn't look like it was meant, but you get some weird bounces in squash doubles and some frame winners once in a while that you have to suck up. Nice pickup by Fernanda, and Alani put that away with a forehand roll corner that Alicia could not retrieve. Alani serving to Alicia. There's a backhand drop, so I think the theme here for the Landman twins is they're gonna
11-8.
They're gonna start going short to Alicia until she starts retrieving a few more balls. That was a forehand hit with some authority by Lume. And we might have an interesting occurrence there. That was a poor ball hit by Lume.
Sure.
And
Coming
yes,
in
a let
9-12.
point has been awarded to the team in black. Tight ball down the left wall that Alicia could not get back
9-13.
to hit the front wall. Fernanda serving now. In yesterday's match, Alicia and Fernanda won in five games, and basically you had Alicia hitting winners to win games and hitting errors to lose games. So she's currently making a few errors here.
14-9.
And now it's game ball for the Landman twins. 14-9. There it is. That's her signature kill shot. Alicia with a really nice backhand drop. She hits that firmly, and with a doubles ball, if you hit it firmly, it tends to skid and stays down. It's a better shot than kind of floating it in there. And Fernanda has hit a forehand low drop there.
11-14.
Similar type of shot from the forehand. They're getting the range. That ball was spinning, so, oh boy. Well, the lob that came out and hit the crack in the backside wall, and that's the first game to the Landman twins. 15-11. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back at the University Club of Boston. This is Andrew Slater, the Landman twins, #1 seeds, in our first streaming match of the day. They're up 1-0. The interesting thing off court is that the Landman twins were speaking in Afrikaans. I'm going to have to. I'm going to have to ask them whether that was because they didn't want any strategy overheard, or whether that's their first mother tongue. All right, so this is Lume serving. Start of the second game. The two ladies in black are from Trinity College. On the left wall, we've got Alicia Rodriguez from Mexico originally. She's now been at the Marion Cricket Club in Philadelphia for 7 years. And Fernanda is our assistant pro here at the University Club of Boston. She's originally from Argentina. She's got her 2 children here. She's a mother again as of August, so COVID did not kind of helped her with the squash doubles. That's Alicia hitting a racket error into the ceiling. So 1-1 here, second game. And Alicia makes up for it with a beautiful forehand
2-1
volley nick that rolled, and you could hear the groan from the crowd. It was a beautiful shot. Alicia lets it go for Fernanda and play it off the backhand. The Landman twins are from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Both reside in Connecticut, and 2 weeks ago lost in the finals in a tough 5-game match in the ladies' final of the U.S. Amateur. They lost to veterans Narelle Krizek and Susie Pierpont. Alicia letting the ball go to Fernanda, who elected to try and hit a backhand roll, but hit the tin. 3-2 second game for Ilani and Lume Landman. Did say in the first game, if we get a little bit chaotic, Lume is wearing the pink shoes and Ilani is wearing the turquoise shoes. Ilani serving to Alicia. 3-3 second game. This is the first semifinal of the ladies pro division. We're going to have the second semifinal coming up right after this match, followed by the 2 men's semifinals. Good retrieval by Alicia. Cross court by Ilani, and Fernanda could not dig that out of the back. Good length by Lume.
Coming in 4-all.
There's a nice forehand cross that for a right-handed left wall player playing a backhand, trying to get that ball around knee height, it can be difficult at some point. There's
4-5.
Team in black, Alicia and Fernanda. A lot of length being played here. And that's the announcer's curse. As soon as I said something, Alicia brought the ball up front, and Lume re-dropped her. Good overhand cross court. There's a backhand drop from Ilani Landman.
8-4.
Beautiful. They've got a 4-point cushion in the second game, #1 seeds. Fernanda went for a forehand nick that didn't nick, and the Landmans actually clashed rackets together, and there's a beautiful backhand drop into the nick by Fernanda.
Left side. 5-8. Or 8-5. 8-5.
Alicia went for a drop, and Alani got to it and lopped it back. So everyone's resetting, and there's a frame by Alani. Hit the racket frame and hit the floor. Team in black is clawing back. It's Alicia Rodriguez serving to Alani Landman. Alani crossing over to maintain her position. Alicia with that backhand is continually going cross court to Lume. I don't think it's because Lume is the weaker player of the twins. It's basically to engage Fernanda into the rally. Fernanda
6-9.
Went for a shot there, hit the tin. Fernanda has got excellent strokes and can hit some great winners. So I think that's pretty well a strategy that Alicia wants to set her up for a few shots. Although they're down 3 in the second game and down 1 game to love, so. Nice backhand reverse by Fernanda. Alani was not able to dig that out.
7-9.
All right, so Team in black coming in 7-9. Those of you in the Massachusetts area who are watching online, Fernanda has been busy in the last week playing doubles. She won the Massachusetts Ladies Open with club member Ali Rubin. And she won the mixed doubles with her head pro, Chris Spar. They defeated Chris Spar's son, Carson, and Ali Rubin. So she's been playing a lot of doubles this week. We're going to play a let there. Landman twins still up a little bit in the second game. Nice reverse by Lume.
11-7.
Fernanda went for a roll corner off the serve and tinned it.
12-7.
All right. Two ladies in black look at each other and say, okay, let's go. Probably saying, let's not make any errors. Fernanda went for a cross nick here that was retrieved by Alani very nicely and re-dropped it. You might have heard Alani going, whoa, 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 on the court. She was crossing over. Alicia didn't see her. You know, squash doubles is a dangerous game. People get hit all the time. And in my view, if you're not getting hit, you're not really trying, type of thing. So she let Alicia know that she was there in a bad spot, so that Alicia could call let safely. Beautiful, tight backhand rail by Alicia, and Alani could not scrape it. She had to eventually try it off the back wall and whiffed. Very nice tight ball, but it's still game point here for the Landman twins. Nice forehand volley, Nick, by Alani Landman, and that is the second game to the Landman twins, #1 seeds. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back for game 3. It's Andrew Slater coming from the University Club of Boston. It's the first ladies semifinal. Professional squash doubles is back in Boston. We have for you later on the second ladies semifinal, followed by the men's 2 semifinals. All top seeds have advanced. We have leading the Landman twins from Port Elizabeth, South Africa, now residing in Greenwich, Connecticut. They were tough losers 2 weeks ago in the U.S. Amateur. They lost a 5-game match to Susie Pierpont and Narelle Krizek, 2 veterans of the ladies' professional game. Team in black, got Alicia Rodriguez, who went to Trinity, and Fernanda, she went to Trinity. Alicia is originally from Mexico, Fernanda originally from Argentina. Alicia has been assistant pro at the Marion Cricket Club in Philadelphia for the last 7 years. And Fernanda is our assistant pro here at the University Club of Boston. And she's got her kids. She had her second child in August, and the children and husband are in the audience. Probably upset with that tin. Alani Landman went for a reverse there, hit the tin. You can tell the two twins apart. Alani is wearing the turquoise sneakers, and Lume is wearing the pink sneakers. There's a forehand drop nick by Alani. Beautiful shot. Landman twins up 3-1, third game, trying to close this match out in 3. There's a nice lob. Well, Alicia's asking for a let. She might not get it. She assumed that Alani would cross over and then she would be granted a let for safety reasons, but Alani did not cross over and was not in her way, so it's right side 4-1. It's a nice cross drop by Lume. Oh boy, Alicia with a drop shot into the bottom of the tin. The team in black in dire straits here. Fernando lobbing Alani, trying to reset everything. That's a nice pickup by Alani. And a nice low cross court. Fernanda started to cover for Alicia, and then Alani picking up on that went cross court low. Ten from Alicia, 8-1. Big lead for South African twins. 10 from Alicia, 9-1. Lume's serving to Fernanda. Good forehand cross court through the middle by Fernanda. Caught Alani with a weak forehand. From the back of the court by Alani. Nice backhand overhead shot by Alicia Rodriguez. Alani could not dig that one out. A little bit of a streak for the team in black. Lume had Fernanda backed out there. You can she had it set up and tinned the forehand drop. So they've dropped 5 points in a row here, and the Twins are still up two games to love, and 9-6. But have to weather this current storm. Nice backhand reverse by Fernanda. Crowd gets excited as they see her hit that winning shot. Nice roll corner from the back of the court by
7-10.
Lume.
Left side. Left side.
Fernanda serving to Lume. And there's
And now,
Alani with
11-7.
a backhand cross nick that Fernanda couldn't dig out. Big lead here for the Landman twins. Trying to close this match out. Alicia went for a drop that was retrieved by Alani. Nice cover by Fernanda. Alicia elected to go to her
12-7.
forehand to try and hit a forehand into that front right corner and tinned it. Good cross court by Lume. It was the angle that Alicia didn't want to have to retrieve. Fernanda set up for a forehand reversed and tinned it. Now, this is dire straits now, 14-7. Match ball for the two twins from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Going to play a let there. Fernanda's backswing was impeded by Lume. 14-7, still match ball. Nice retrieval by Fernanda.
Level 14-7. Left side.
Playing a let. Lume hitting the tin. She hit a winner the last time she played that. She hit the bottom of the tin there. There was a Fernanda sandwich. Both twins were ready to play that ball, and Fernanda was trying to get out of the way. Didn't know which way to go. And there it is, the match. Alicia fires it into the netting above the back wall. The first seeds advance. 15-11, 15-8, 15-8. Will be in the finals tomorrow midday. And we've got the next women's semifinal coming up in a few minutes. Don't go away. Okay, we're back for the second ladies professional semifinal here at the University Club of Boston. This is Andrew Slater.
Yeah. Can you? Yeah. Okay, we have
It's the second
James
semifinal for the
and one of
2022
the-
MFS Boston Pro-Am
Okay,
doubles.
second semifinal of the day. Blue team starts. Victoria serves. You start and serve. Okay. First game, love all.
Alicia Rodriguez is the referee for this match. The team in white, this is the second seeds. We've got Kaylee Leonard. She actually has won this event before with her
Red
old
ball.
coach,
Love all.
Susie Pierpont, who's now moved on to the University Club of New York. Kaylee's partner in white is now in Connecticut. Nice drop shot by Kaylee. That was one of the big
One love.
counter-punching winning shots that she used to defeat Amanda Sobey and Fernanda Roca when she played with Susie Pierpont. They were playing her a lot, and then when she was brought up to the front of the court, she was deadly. Maria Elena Ubina, I'm going to have to ask her afterwards. Not sure whether she's related to the squash playing family Ubina out of Rockaway Country Club in Long Island. Their opponents in blue, we got Celia Pashley, who just hit the 10,
Left side,
and Victoria Simmons, who's been playing a few years on the ladies' professional tour.
Down.
And Victoria just hammered one into the 10. The number 2 seed's off to a 4-love lead in this first game. We've got a packed crowd here at the University Club of Boston. We're going to have the 2 men's semifinals after this one. Finals are being played tomorrow midday.
Out.
Celia
5-love.
lobbing that out of court. Gonna play a let there.
5-love. Red ball. 5-love. Maria Elena on the right. 5-1.
We had a series of lets there when the ball came through the middle. I'm surprised that the lets were given so easily in that Celia had cleared over to the left wall, but it's early in the match and there are no complaints from the team in blue. Victoria Simmons serving to Kaylee Leonard. Playing a let there.
Red ball. Victoria on the right, 2-5.
Nice overhand nick by Mary Elena.
2-6. Down, hand out, 7.
Kind of a bad bounce at the back there. Very unlucky for Victoria. She had to rush her stroke and hit the bottom of the tin. One thing I noticed is that Victoria's gone through the middle, and when you have a lefty going to each of their backhands through the middle is sometimes very effective in squash doubles. Crowd goes wild because Victoria went kind of underhanded She whiffed on the first attempt at her overhead, came off the back wall, and she did like a little underhand scoop for a winner.
Hand out 4-7.
Cross drop attempt there by Maria Leonard that didn't nick, but was still close enough to the front wall that Celia Pashley from France could not retrieve. Victoria Simmons, originally from England, coaching in Connecticut. Good retrieval. I think Victoria put up her hand there because I think the ball hit her hair, her ponytail. Nice backhand drop by Kaylee Leonard.
Kaylee on the left. Oh, sorry. Hand out 9-4.
Second seeded team in white off to a sizable lead in this first game.
Down.
Victoria Simmons
Right
opportunity
side,
to go for a forehand volley, hit the top of the tin. Team in blue in trouble here, although Celia Pashley off the serve hit
on the left.
very nice backhand reverse. Some chaos at the front of the wall, and Kaylee Leonard was set up to go straight, and the ball nicked right at her feet.
Yeah.
Team in blue are coming in, 6-10. Racket error from Victoria Simmons.
11.
That's a nice backhand volley winner from Celia Pashley.
7-11.
Celia serving to Kaylee, who
8-11.
just hit the tin. Tin from Celia.
12-8.
Some very quick rallies here, some quick points in this first game. Both teams electing to go for some length here.
Oh, nice shot. Right side.
Good drive to the back that just didn't come
13-8.
off the back wall. Second seeds in white up to a 13-8 lead in this first game. Three-wall attempt by Celia, and oh boy, Marilena
on the left.
had a
39.
great opportunity there for a forehand drop winner and tinned it. Probably going to play a let there.
9-13.
Kaylee kind of overran the ball
39.
and wanted to maintain her position, and Celia was in the way of her backswing, so we're going to play a let. There's Victoria Simmons going through the middle again, where Mary Elena had to pick that up. Nice cross drop by Mary Elena for a winner. Both teammates in
right,
blue
14-9.
went for the ball. Neither one of them could reach it. That's game ball. Mary Elena serving to Celia. Might have an appeal coming up,
Game
but
two,
it could be
Marilena
first
and
game.
Kaylee.
I'm surprised they didn't appeal Mary Elena's get.
2 minutes.
First game will be back in 2 minutes.
Time. Time. Second game, Kaylee Marilena leading 1-0 love. Love all.
Okay, we're back for game 2. Second ladies semifinal here at the University Club of Boston. This is the 2022 MFS Pro-Am doubles. Advancing earlier, we had the number 1 seeds of the Landman twins from Port Elizabeth, South Africa.
Coming in.
Advancing over our assistant pro Fernanda
Ball, guys.
and Alicia, who's now refereeing.
I'm stuck.
In blue, we have Celia Pashley and Victoria Simmons. They're down 1 game.
Thank you.
In white are the number 2 seeds. Kaylee Leonard, who's won this event before with her junior coach, Susie Pierpont. She won it when she was still going to Harvard. She went to Harvard with the Sobey sisters, dominant team. Now lives in New York. And I was correct in that Mary Elena is related to, her father is Chichi Buena, who for years Rockaway Hunt Club in Long Island.
Lead ball.
All right, looks like the new ball is warmed up.
Love all.
Marilena attempted a 3-wall. It did not nick and
Coming in.
Celia
One love.
got up there and redropped it.
One
Nice
love.
get.
Yes. I got you. Down.
After this ladies semifinal, we've got the two men's semifinals. And in each draw, all four seeds in each draw have advanced to the semifinals. Kaylee Leonard serving to Victoria Simmons. Nice roll corner from the back of the court by Victoria Simmons.
2-all.
Mary Elena to serve to Celia. Nice lob by Celia, and Mary Elena could not retrieve that. Team in blue now up 3-2. Second game, having dropped the first game, really nice forehand drop shot by Kaylee Leonard. With a doubles ball, if you hit the ball firmly, the ball stays down. We're going to play a let there.
3-all.
That little cross drop is very effective by Mary Elena. She disguises it well, and
1 second.
both players in blue
Coming in. 4-3.
went for it and could not retrieve it. Nice overhead by Mary Elena. She seems to be attacking that front left corner consistently. Ten from Celia.
7-3.
Victoria actually overran that reverse by Mary Elena. Number 2 seeds off to a commanding lead in this second game. It was 3-3 just a moment ago.
Yeah. 7-4.
That forehand drop once again is deadly by Kaylee Leonard. I remember when she and Susie Pierpont won this tournament. Fernanda and Amanda Sobey tried to work her to the front left corner, and she would re-drop or counter punch really well. She was the best player in the court in that final. There's another
9-4. Left side.
couple of short shots by Kaylee that got the team in blue out of position.
Coming in.
Good cross drop by Celia. Mary Elena could not
5-9.
dig that one up. Nice reverse by Celia. Ball squirted out from Victoria's overhead, but she's left it pretty loose at the front there. Good recoveries by both teams, and Celia attempted the 3-wall boast there and hit the tin.
Victoria on the left. One second. It's right side. Yes. It's right side. It's just this got messed up. Sorry. 6-10.
The referee has a pad. Sometimes when you make an incorrect entry into the pad, it's tough to get the proper score on the proper side back again. Ball almost nicked at the back. Victoria Simmons hit her backhand into the tin. Number 2 seeds in white. 11-6. Marilena, the forehand overhead into the tin.
One second, guys. This thing is messed up. Give me 1 second. So 7-11. 7-11 on the left. I just need time to adjust this. So wait until I call the score. 7-11. Wait. It's 12-6. It's 12-6.
Yeah, still having trouble with the pad. Just we have a couple of monitors on the by the courts, and it's the score that you're seeing.
That's fine. The score is fine. Oh, sorry. 1 second. I don't know if this. Hold on. I need paper. Can someone fix this for me? Thanks. So it's Marilena on the left, 11-7. Kaylee, yeah. Okay, sorry, I'll do paper and they'll fix that. Okay, so it's Marilena on the left, 11-7. Yeah. Yes, good, second serve. Coming in, Celia. 8-11.
Okay, we're back. I'm trying to. The referee's gone to paper.
9-11. 9-11.
The score on your screen is incorrect. They're trying to repair that, so we're listening to the
10-11.
the referee, Alicia Rodriguez, calling out the correct score. And right when she had trouble, the score was 11-7. And the team in blue has made a recovery to make this second game a lot closer. This is an interesting thing. Victoria Simmons went through the middle, and Kaylee Leonard asked for a let there. And there really wasn't any interference. So if I were refereeing, I would have probably said no let there and warned her about calling a let when there's when her left wall opponent had cleared to the left wall. That, however, is a true let ball. Off the serve, Marilena hits a wonderful
Victoria, 11-12.
Forehand reverse. Good pickup by Kaylee Leonard's had to go all the way to the back of the court with her backhand. Clears it to the left wall. Marilena set up at the front. Oh, and off the front wall, she hits Celia in the back, and that's going to be a point to the team in white.
Coming in, 13-11.
Kaylee Leonard now up 13-11, serving to Celia. 3-wall by Celia. Power 10 by Victoria Simmons.
14-11.
From the back of the court,
Marilena on the right.
there's a nice hard forehand
Right side.
winner right
Yes,
through the middle.
14-12.
We have game ball here. Marilena serving. Little roll caller from Celia. I'm sorry, Marilena. Good pickup by Victoria. We got some good action here. And from the back of the court, Victoria Simmons put in a nice backhand
13-14.
winner into the front left corner. Team in blue is battling back here. Still game ball for the number 2 seeds though. And now we're 14-all.
14-all.
Sudden victory or sudden death here. The next point wins the second game. Team in white went for it and finished off by Kaylee Leonard with a forehand volley winner. Second seeds are up 2 games to love. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're back at the University Club of Boston for the third game of the second ladies professional semifinal in the MFS Boston Pro-Am doubles. Victoria Simmons in blue
No lead.
calling for
No
a
lead.
let, but
No lead. You can play that ball. No lead. We say no lead.
and quite controversial.
love.
There's no interference. So
No
this was
let.
interesting in that
She can play that ball.
earlier in the first 2 games, a couple balls through the middle that Kaylee Leonard asked for a let, and it was granted a let. In my view, it probably wasn't going to be a let. So Kaylee's probably going to have to watch that. Now they're
1-0.
giving no lets on no interference. So nice pickup by Victoria Simmons. So 1-all. Team in blue is back serving. Coming in 1-all. Down love 2 in games. Team in white, Kaylee Leonard, who's won this event before with Susie Pierpont when she was playing at Harvard. Now lives in New York City. Her partner, Marilena Lubina, is from a great squash family in Rockaway, New York.
2-1.
Nice drop shot by Victoria Simmons. Little misdirection there. Celia Pashley in blue, going back for that one.
Down.
Marilena
3-1.
dumped it into the tin. So Celia and Victoria got a slight lead here in the third game. Announcer's curse there, where Victoria just
3-2.
hammered an overhead into the tin.
City on the left. Not up.
Nice drop shot by
3-0.
Marilena. There's Victoria Simmons trying to go through the middle again, but Marilena picked that up as opposed to Kaylee.
Not up.
Nice little cross drop shot by
Marilena
Celia.
on the right. 3-4. 3-4.
There's that overhead
4-0.
cross nick for a winner by Marilena. She's got the strut going after that shot. I think Victoria Simmons might be in trouble again.
Call. Play a let. 4-all.
She did get a let call. That's a nice forehand drive by Kaylee Leonard.
5-4.
She had position, kept it low, laid it down. Good cross drop by Kaylee Leonard.
Left side 6-4.
Took a weird bounce near the neck. Number 2 seeds up to a 6-4 lead in this third game, trying to close out the match.
Right side 7-4.
Tin for Victoria Simmons. 7-4 for the second seeds.
Eight, 4. Down. Hand out.
Low
Victoria.
drive kind of through the middle where it was awkward
5,
for Kaylee to hit
5-8.
that reverse. And she tinned it. So Victoria Simmons serving to Kaylee. And there's a Celia sandwich. Both
Pellet.
players in white attempting to play the ball. Very effective drive by Kaylee Leonard. There's a cross drop from Marilena. We're going to get a let here because
5-8.
Victoria Simmons moved to the side wall.
Victoria on the right.
Marilena wanted to play a backhand volley, and Celia's
Let ball,
head was in the way,
5-8.
so we're playing a let. That forehand low drive
Celia
by
on the
Kaylee
left.
is deadly. You can't give
Yeah,
her
5-9.
an open ball like that. And a 10 from Celia. The dire straits for the team in blue at the moment.
And out 10-5.
Down 2 games to love against the number 2 seeds. And 5-10. And there's another 10.
11-5.
Very nice forehand drop by Maria Elena.
12-5.
Nice pickup by Kaylee Leonard. Going to reset here from the back of the court. Nice dig by Kaylee Leonard. That was a tight ball down the wall. There's that cross drop again by Maria Elena.
13-5.
Very effective. Victoria Simmons off the serve, went for a cross neck, and
on the left 6.
Excellent shot.
13-6.
Was not retrieved by the team in white. The number 2 seeds still have a tremendous lead in this third game. Good scrape by Kaylee Leonard. There's a backhand Philadelphia attempt by Celia. And a nice roll corner from Victoria Simmons.
And out 7-13. Victoria serves.
Yeah, Celia was in the way of that, so that would be a let. Although I know Victoria's still trying to go through the middle. Well, another roll from Victoria Simmons.
Left side 8-13.
Ball almost died in the back off that serve. Maria Elena just barely got the serve back.
Come on.
Good retrieval off the back wall by Celia. Roll corner. Good play up front by Maria Elena. She stayed engaged
Celia
at the front
on the right,
and was able to
8-14.
drive that backhand
right,
cross-court home for a
8-14
winner.
game match ball.
And now we're at match ball. Team in blue serving at 8-14 Celia to Kaylee Leonard. Good scrape by Celia. That was a great finish to the match, Maria Elena. All right, tomorrow we've got the top 2 seeds going up against each other. The Landman twins against the winners here, Kaylee Leonard and Maria Elena Ubina. And that final hopefully will be at 12:30 tomorrow after the exciting finish to the Pro-Am matches. We'll be back with a men's semifinal very soon. Okay, we're back for the first men's semifinal at the MFS 2022 Boston Pro-Am doubles. We just had the two ladies semifinals. We've got Zach Alexander in the kind of camo green and Greg MacArthur going up against the number 1 seeds James Stout and Scott Arnold. I'm here with local legend, member of the club, and unfortunately losing quarterfinalist Will Hardigan. He was reduced to being sidekick here with Andrew Slater here at the University Club of Boston. So, Will, you've played against these guys before. If you were Zach Alexander and Greg MacArthur, what kind of strategy would you be using to try and overcome these number 1 seeds?
That's a tough question, Slates. You know, honestly, when I look at both of these teams, I just think they're such high IQ players, such high skill. Almost all of them played really, really high-level singles, so their racket skills are extremely high, and they've all been playing doubles for, 10 years plus. So it's not going to be just like bang the ball around the way a lot of the matches are these days. It's going to be really strategic. They're super tactical. I actually thought that Hamid, Ahmed, and John Roberts did a pretty good job of exposing, maybe some issues on Team Black last night. They were patient. They changed up the pace. They played some balls up the middle, which is both of their backhands, and they got them to get a little impatient, shoot some when they shouldn't have, and they beat them, but it was 3 very close games. What do you think they should be trying to do here?
Well, what's interesting is that Scott Arnold, who's the tall fellow on the right wall in black, just blasted a few through the middle. They've gone out to a quick lead purely on Scott Arnold's attacking mode here. So I like the fact that they should go through the middle a lot to James Stout's backhand, but we shall see. I should point out that James Stout was supposed to play this season with Yvan Badin, Swiss, who has retired from squash. And
Did
right
he
before
retire?
the Johnson.
Slates, I didn't even know that.
Well, that's the inside dirt that I've been finding out
That's
all,
big news.
all weekend. Yeah. So James Stout had an issue, and he parachuted Scott Arnold in for the Johnson doubles in Brooklyn 2 weeks ago, and they won the tournament. So Scott Arnold has been down here before with Robin Clark out of Toronto. Scott Arnold is the resident head squash professional at the Toronto Racket Club. It was actually one of my dad's clubs up in Toronto. He's Australian by nationality, and he came down here with Robin Clark, who's Canadian. He's at the Toronto Cricket Club, and they've won this event before, but they've also lost in the finals as well. So for Scott to abandon Robin, I asked him about that. He said, you know what, I'll leave him up there in Canada, and I'll come down here and win some American money. Anyway, the number 1 seeds are in black, are out to a 4-1 lead.
Slates is getting a full back rub down
Thank
from
you,
John Nimick
Hall
right
of Famer.
now.
This is
Hall
what
of Famer.
happens. This is what happens. You know, he knows I'm a little tense watching.
Let's
this
just
match.
make sure it stops there, Nimick.
Okay, he's off. Oh, we've got controversy. 4-2. James Stout serving to Greg MacArthur. There's James, when he has the backhand through the middle, he either lobs it or he hits a little roll that.
Wow.
Not with conviction.
What a shot from MacArthur.
Yeah,
He gets on top of that ball so well on the
he's
right side.
Very dangerous from the overhead, and he's got a weird pause in his overhead swing where he kind of holds it, and then you don't know what he's going to do. Whether he's going to hit it hard or whether he's going to pop it back up in the air.
It's very difficult to try to figure out how to go about beating Stout and Arnold. I mean, both of them are so incredibly solid. Every time I've played with Arnold, I've just been blown away by how perfect his positioning is, for one.
And he's a big guy, too. It's tough to move.
He is a big boy. He's really tough to move. And I don't think of him as super fast, but it doesn't really affect him all that negatively because he's in perfect positioning and he covers the court really well. And then Stout is a guy that he's another guy I don't really think of as being one of the fastest guys on tour, but I think he is. He's got sneaky speed.
He makes very few errors.
Extremely few, both of them.
Basically, you have to go out and beat these guys. You can't rely on them to beat themselves.
And if there's a team that could do that just from skills and from shooting, it's MacArthur and Zach, because they're two of the cleanest hitters of the ball, any of them.
Well, announcer's curse. Look at that. From the back,
Zach.
Scott Arnold Tin from the back of the court.
5-all.
What I learned from David Palmer this weekend is that Zach Alexander is going to Scotland next week to play in the World Softball Doubles Championships because he wants to compete for Australia in the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, cool.
And he is actually the defending gold medalist with
6-5.
David Palmer at the Commonwealth Games. So it happens every 4 years like the Olympics. And so it wasn't hurt by the pandemic, but it's down under in our summer. So it's going to be July, August. So
Do you have any inside data on squash's chances in the Olympics?
yeah, you can't put me on the spot like that. I have no good news to report.
No.
No. Here's the thing.
Can't you pull some strings there?
Yeah. Well, I know Richard Pound out of Montreal, and that's about it. And
Wow.
basically, the thing is that the nations
7-5.
vote on sports that make a lot of money. So that's why beach volleyball is so popular around the world. The poorer nations get a cut from the IOC, and they want sports that are money makers for them.
Mhm.
So the IOC is not as corrupt as FIFA, but pretty close. Let's put it that way.
Well,
8-5.
some of the reasons that I've heard cited are it's hard to watch on TV, which I think squash has come a really long way in terms of that. Doubles is tough, but the singles game, I mean, they've got cameras all over the court, and they've
Absolutely.
done a great job with that.
Blue court, white ball.
Yeah, there can't be many sports that are represented by
Side
more
out,
countries
6-8.
than squash.
You're right, and why squash has been single squash definitely has been put in the back burner for years. It's pathetic, but you know, I think we need to raise money for bribes. That's basically what it comes down to.
You and I.
The bribe fund, IOC bribe fund.
So while we've been talking, I think Greg MacArthur's hit about 4 dead rolling nicks. Very rare error from
Zach Alexander. Yeah.
I think he was
7-8.
holding up his swing to not kill his country mate.
Well, I'm old school. We don't even think about that.
Who were
Swing-
some of the guys back in the day that weren't afraid
James
to
on the right.
bury a couple into an opponent's back?
7-9.
You don't want to out them.
Well, Jamie Bentley comes to mind. Classic.
You had to do some excavation one time, right?
Yeah, we did win that match. They were number 1 in the world at the time. But the third time he hit me, he buried it in my armpit. Gary Waite was a free swinger as well. You didn't want to step in front of his backhands because he's one of the few guys where his backhand, he could hit it harder than his forehand. And you know, the old school guys like Deal Mateer, was known. Mo Khan, who was out of the Harvard club. Yeah, he was a tough guy. I'll keep thinking about it. But it starts with just some bad blood on the court, and then you finish it off on the court if you can.
When I moved to New York City, Alex Dominic and I joined the New York Athletic Club, and one of the first stories...
Nice shot by James Stout there.
Great shot.
Nice reverse.
One of the stories
James on
I've
the
heard
right.
many times at NIAC is about
9-0.
Eric Volchek hitting Hamed Anvari 4 times straight in about 7 different points. Were you at that ISDA event?
I actually used to play with Eric Volchek. We actually beat. We actually made a semi in Boston with him. Sorry, in Buffalo.
10-9.
Eric got hit a lot himself, by the way. His family skis, so he's up with the kids a lot skiing these days. But probably, you know, he'd call a let usually the first time, and if he took away a shot, like Eric had a very good reverse and hit a hard reverse. And if someone has their leg in front of it or whatever, you know, the first time's a let, and then you're just playing the ball. And if you're Hamed, and if you want to take that reverse away, you got to be brave and take it for the team. Well, a little cross drop from James Stout. I don't think Greg MacArthur even thought he was there, but
11-9.
They're not playing bang ball here. Well,
You know, I've found that
10-11.
whenever I play Stout, I try to hit it through him, which is not a good strategy considering he's, I think, World Rackets champion for 10 or 15 years running, and he actually 2 weeks ago won the U.S. Open of Rackets doubles with Peter Cipriano, who has come a really long way. Used to be a great doubles player.
Yeah, I know Peter. I know Peter
And
very well.
the big question is Stout going to play with Peter Cipriano in rackets and try to get the world championship? That would be a big one.
Yeah, that would be. The one thing with Stout is that he's got a, you know, when the ball's coming quick at him, he's got a very short backswing. And
Yeah.
he blocks it back really well. I mean, if you think a squash doubles ball moves fast, rackets is way faster. I've actually seen Gary Waite hit himself twice in the same spot in his ankle where he couldn't get out of the way of his own shot.
What, with a rackets ball?
With a rackets ball, yep.
Well, I was happy that Boston heat up for this weekend because the ball's been flying. I was on this court last night and the ball.
You weren't
was
on the show
hot.
court. I'm sorry about that. That was.
They don't put me on the show court. So
Well, you did. You got your first match on the show court, the
Yeah.
streaming match.
Both of these teams are very good at slowing the ball down and changing the pace. Good get from the big man up front right.
Well, you know what? What do you think? This is going to be a
Right
let
on the right.
or? I'm not.
Right side.
I think that's a
Yeah,
let for Stout.
it's a let.
I
It's
think-
too bad. I think. Pretty tight. We've got MacArthur and Alexander up by 1, so they're hanging in nicely here. I had Greg on the mic last night for a little bit. Not watching these guys. We were watching.
It's amazing to watch all 4 of these guys, how high level the play is, but how efficient their movement is. None of them, except when they really wind up on one, look like they're exerting too much energy.
Right. I think. I'm not sure why he didn't call let. I think he had him out of position. I think
Zach on the left.
I think Zach was
12
calling
all.
let, and Greg wanted to play the ball, and we're now at 12 all. I think Greg was willing to not call a let there because he had James in the back. He's going to go for backhand drop and tend it.
Great get from Stout.
Yeah, that's a great
Look at how
reverse
Arnold's
by Scott Arnold.
positioned.
Yeah.
You just no chance.
Side out. 13-12.
Coming in with a hard serve to Zach Alexander. Team in black is our #1 seeds for this tournament.
It's great to see some new young teams putting up good fights this weekend. We had Sam Khalifa and Kyle Martino last night, put up a good 4-game effort against
they did
Jam
play
to the
well.
left.
Callis.
13
And then
all.
Kelly Shannon and Dave Letourneau gave Stout and MacArthur and Alexander a good run too.
Yeah, with the pandemic, a lot of people have come back late to squash, and a lot of the tournaments were postponed or canceled. But now, with the Johnson having been played, and now now this tournament, which is a big one, people are getting on board again. Crossing borders is a lot easier. Nice little roll from Zach Alexander.
All right.
And you see, if we could,
Side out,
we could
14,
do that
13,
again. If we
game
could
ball.
rewind that. You'll notice Greg MacArthur's position. So watch, he's right in front of Scott Arnold there to screen when his own partner was playing the ball. So that's an old school trick to help your partner out, make his winners a lot more effective.
What a get. Unbelievable get.
15-13. Graham to MacArthur
And that-
and
and
Alexander.
Fantastic action at the front of the court there, and the #1 seeds have lost the first game. Will and I will be back in 2 minutes for game 2. Okay, we're back for Game 2 of this first men's semifinal of the 2022 MFS Boston Pro-Am Doubles. A little bit of an upset in the first game in that the top seeds James Stout and Scott Arnold dropped the first game 15-13 to
MacArthur to serve. Love all.
Zach Alexander from Australia and Greg McCarthy from Scotland. James Stout's from Bermuda. He's based out of the Racket and Tennis in New York. Scott Arnold's Australian and based out of the Toronto Racket Club.
Love all.
Greg McCarthy's at Sleepy Hollow, just north of New York City. And Zach Alexander's everywhere. I'm here with Will Hardigan, member of the University Club of Boston and professional player. Last time we had this event, he was a semifinalist. This year, quarterfinalist. Played a tough match last night. Will, if you were Stout and Arnold and you've dropped the first game, what would you try and do here?
You know, I would try to extend it as long as possible. I thought that for them, the points were actually a little bit rushed and impatient last game, and I would really be trying to work MacArthur and Alexander as hard as possible.
Meaning, you know, keep the ball in play, work them up and back, and not go for too much.
I think that they were. I think they were in position for most of the game. Team Black was that they were in control last game, and they just hit tins when it was on their racket at a couple tough times. I would maybe just try to extend it and pick their spots a little more wisely. Just do 14 more of those.
2-1.
Yeah, Scott Arnold. I tell you, when he set up, you know, that shoulder high, he just swats it reverse or front wall neck. You cannot give the ball to him right in that shoulder high forehand. And James Stout with his backhand here.
Stout from the right. 2-all.
He's just down.
Well, yeah, it is. Yeah, that's the thing. So I should explain to people who are watching online. At some of the bigger events, the commentators actually can watch live. We're on a monitor here beside the court because our doubles courts,
3-2.
the stands are right across from each other. In fact, we've got tables up for people standing room here, so we're actually watching it from a monitor. So a lot of the time we can't tell with the tin because we can't hear it. So
it's hard to know what the right strategy against either one of these teams is. I mean, if it was you, Slates, what would you be doing? They're both so solid that they don't have any glaring weaknesses.
Well, coming from the right wall, I'd have Greg MacArthur probably aiming for James Stout's right hip every time and not really getting involved. I rarely see James Stout pass with the cross court, so I wouldn't even think about that. I might, you know, mix it up, but a lot through the middle, a lot over his head. And as far as Scott Arnold goes, boy, I'd
keep it away from him.
Yeah,
that's the thing. There's no vulnerability on either team.
He's big. He's tall. He's like he's a big force over there. I mean, Greg is Greg is tall himself too, and I think maybe some high, slow forehands down the wall just to move him all the way to the back and make him powered out. Greg MacArthur going short there with a backhand roll.
I think if there's one vulnerability on court that I see, and I hope they don't get mad at me for saying this, it's potentially the fitness of Team Green, which is why I said extend it as long as possible and don't give easy points. But I mean, they're both single squash pros, so I think they've got enough of a reserve tank that they'll be fine no matter how long it goes. But
side out.
Well, we'll find out. You know, if the match goes 5, we can see who fades. The one interesting factoid here with Greg MacArthur is that he used to room with the assistant pro here, Dan Roberts, and his first trip onto
5-3.
a hardball doubles court was here in Boston, actually with me and Liffey. So,
really?
Yeah. Greg MacArthur's first dive into doubles.
So it was Greg MacArthur and Dan Roberts versus you and Lifford.
Yeah,
Football,
I'm pretty sure it might have
5-3.
been Preston Quick too.
Okay.
I forget who my partner was, but Greg spent a couple years here in Boston teaching singles, and he'd come over for some good doubles, and then when he went to Greenwich, he really took to the pro doubles, and did very well.
Where did he teach in
5-4.
Boston? At the Union Boat Club?
No, he was at a public facility, which the name escapes me, but he then went to Round Hill under Steve Scharf in Greenwich, and they're debating on. I mean, I think the point
Playing
goes
let.
to.
I think it-
more.
Isn't the rule that it's a let if they shape for it and pump fake and then it goes through and hits the guy?
I'm surprised at that call.
So Slates, did you get Rob Dinnerman on the mic at all?
No, I never did see Rob. He lost a 3-love match to the Australians, David Palmer and Luke Forster, and they put up a great fight against Stout and Arnold. They lost 15-14, 15-14, 15-13.
Wow.
And that's David Palmer's very first. This is his very first pro doubles event. He had played a lot here in Boston, but never had played a pro tournament.
He seems like he would be naturally extremely well suited for doubles.
Oh yeah, and when he played with me, he played left wall, and he had some really good forehand drops when he played against these guys. And once again, size does matter in doubles. David Palmer, former #1 player in the world, British Open champion, World Open champion. He was our touring
That
pro
ball,
for a couple of years
6-4.
here. So, and physically he's tall and strong, that's perfect doubles physique, by the way. I mean, you're no skinny mini too. I always think of you as a much better doubles player than singles player.
That is completely accurate.
As I am.
Are you saying I'm overweight? Or
no,
just
I'm
not
saying
a skinny mini?
no. I believe it's all muscle.
Oh, thank
It's
you.
all muscle.
Thank you, Slates.
Yeah, I was effectively one of the slowest
7-4.
professionals ever to play the game. So
That's not true. It just takes a little while to get the engine started, but once it gets going, you can really move.
Well, the stopping part hurts too.
Starting and stopping is not your strong suit, but when you're in full motion,
Yeah, I keep going.
you keep going.
But that's why I gravitated to doubles, because a little larger than most of the players, and I can position myself well, just like Scott Arnold.
I'm just sad you cut your ponytail.
Well,
Oh, little
The
pump
crowd
fake
goes
from
wild
Zach
there.
Alexander.
Carter
roll.
coming in.
Yeah, the
5-7.
ponytail went to kids with cancer. 14 inches of locks for love.
And boy, was it glorious locks.
Oh.
Do you think it helped your play at all?
Well, I've been.
You whip it sometimes before you
yeah,
hit like a
exactly.
reverse.
Let's put it this way: I've overrun the ball a few times lately, which is right. James Stout, look at that! He just hit a backhand,
6-7.
dumped it into the tin.
He's been going for that a lot when they've gone at his right hip.
Yeah, and he's made it, and now it was. This is a very close match. Everyone's got to concentrate on every single point. We're going to probably play a
Ball.
let there.
6-7.
So if you've just joined us mid-game here, it's Andrew Slater from the University Club of Boston. This is the first men's semifinal of the 2022 Pro-Am doubles, sponsored by MFS. I'm here with Will Hardigan. Not only is he a professional squash doubles player, but he's also a
eligible
club member
bachelor.
Here. He's an eligible bachelor. He enjoys
Long walks.
on the beach.
Anywhere.
Nice forehand reverse. Right, although
7-all.
just by the body language,
The body language made it look down.
it is down. It was down. It was down. I thought it was a routine for Scott Arnold. Here we go. So there's James Stout just playing his backhand through the middle. Nice little lob. He doesn't want to do anything too crazy from back there yet. It's too tight for. Here he went for a drop to Greg's side. Some good coverage by Zach Alexander. And
Oh, that was great.
Zach's played a few of those shots this weekend where he just carves in a very, very slight forehand drop into the neck.
8-7.
He gets you on your heels with the pump fake.
Yeah, he starts with a high racket and then comes down very softly. Oh, he had one sail out.
Alexander from the right. 8-all.
Oh, what a shot.
Yeah, just routine.
When
Side out,
Arnold comes
9-8.
down on that cross-court nick, it's just like a hammer.
Yeah. So,
Drills it in there.
these guys shouldn't even put the ball there. I mean, you either go short on him or way over his head. Even if it comes off the back wall, it's probably a better shot than risk him hitting that one.
When he hits it in there, it never comes out.
No.
It just
Yeah, no, it's automatic. Zach's willing to pick up the pace here a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting to watch these really top teams, how much they
ball.
vary the pace.
Arnold
You
from the
know,
right.
it's-
9-8.
Like, I'm just thinking of it relative to my match last night, which was high pace pretty much the whole time.
Yeah, you weren't on the show court, so unfortunately I saw very little of your match.
Yeah,
But
these guys will go through periods where they really change up the pace, which makes it hard for the other team to find a rhythm.
yeah, I've always taught that if you're hitting your forehand, you got to think of yourself as a baseball pitcher. You go with what's good. Oh, Greg whiffed on that. Greg MacArthur on the right wall. There's a good
10-8.
angle from.
Good spot.
Yeah. It's so you've got your fastball and you've got a change up and you throw a few
11-8.
things up and around. You want to keep your opponent off balance. You don't want to give them like the heat every single time. Because once they get used to it, then it's ineffective.
It's amazing how casually all four of these guys stand when they're on the court, too. Good hands up there from Zach.
Stout from the left. 11-9.
But then when they
He
really...
goes, what's interesting is he and I've noticed this yesterday, is that when he goes up into the front left corner, he's always leaning to play the forehand as
Yeah.
opposed to the backhand.
Yeah, it's interesting.
He was a right wall player for years too.
Some shot.
Yeah.
Side out. 10-11.
When he gets hot, it can really be a clinic. He loves to let the ball go over his head and then take it at the door, and he shoots the front left corner, the front right corner.
Yeah.
sometimes wall first, sometimes a trickle both, sometimes front wall first, and then he'll go hard up the middle too. It's really hard to tell where he's hitting it.
Well,
God, he is just laying it down.
Yeah, that's a good reverse. James Stout not being able to
11 all.
pick that up. So 11 all. Great match so far. I'm surprised Zach hasn't gone through the middle hard yet off the forehand, like low and hard. Oh boy, Scott Arnold.
12,
High sitter,
11.
he hit the frame and into the floor, tin. Train wreck on that shot.
Wow.
That's some
I'm
serious
not sure
heat.
I've ever seen the big man step into one like that.
Well, in fact, I think he almost straight on
Watch this.
James Stout out of the way. That's a good, hard
Alexander from the
hard
left.
forehand,
12
Nick.
all.
Gaetano Cipriano providing the data point that James Stout is the only man to ever win both the U.S. Open rackets and court tennis titles, and he won both in 2010. Arguably one of the best racket sports guys out there.
Yeah. They're lucky to have him in New York. That's all we can say.
Yeah.
Zach Alexander attempting a 3-well boast.
Alexander is really moving the ball around nicely now.
Okay, here comes. Wait. And James Stout having to really stretch to get that short ball back.
Stout is so quick to the front left. For Alexander to be beating him like this to the front left means he's hitting perfect shots. Seems like Black is playing to Alexander a lot.
I think that's more related to Scott Arnold in that when you go to him, he puts so much pressure on you,
Alexander
like
from
right away
left.
with a hard cross court
12 all.
or a shot in that front left that a lot of times you're probably chicken to play him. You know, it's more by default going to James.
But I mean, Black is playing to Alexander a lot. Would that be your strategy to play more to either one of those guys on Team Green? A rare casual error from
13-12.
Arnold.
Yeah, I mean, when you're a right wall player, you're generally always thinking to go cross court.
Right.
And Stout, being a lefty, has the luxury of mixing it up if he wants. It could have been Greg's hot streak in the first game that they're scared of here.
Ooh, he wants a stroke, but I think it might be a let.
Yeah, I think he had enough of the front wall to play it. I know he wanted to go cross court, but you're not going to get.
Zach on the right. Right side. 13-12.
All right, looks like they're going to play a let.
Out.
Hit the edge of the back
Side
glass.
out. 13 all.
In
Which is
Boston,
out.
when you fly one out of the court, it's global warming.
It is. It is where the ice is finally melted here. Hey, Greg went at his Greg went at James Stout's right hip there with the overhead and almost hit him actually.
Ooh.
Back wall from James Stout. Oh, we could have a let point here.
That ball.
I couldn't see the ball.
There, well, it was a poor reverse. I mean, Scott Arnold went for a reverse and he kind of hit the crack and it popped out a little bit. Normally, if you hit the ball back to yourself, it's a let point. Yeah, you know what? I think they had the scoreboard wrong to begin with, so it is 13 all. But I could have sworn MacArthur and Alexander were down one.
Wow, what a shot. Clutch.
Yeah, Greg MacArthur taking a big swing and hitting a lot of backspin.
13-14, game ball.
The number 1 seeds in black are down game ball and down a game. Nice scrape by Zach Alexander. Oh.
All right. That's 14 all.
Yeah, a volley 3-wall hit the tin from Zach Alexander.
It's the first shot he's missed all game. He should have tried it.
Yeah.
Stout from the right.
Very.
Who do you like here?
14 all.
How do you think
ball.
this point ends, Slates?
Well, I think James Stout's going to hard serve him. No, he's going to lob him. I don't know. You know, this is why they play the game.
End with a Zach Alexander reverse.
Okay. I'll take a Scott Arnold overhead front nick.
Okay. Oh.
And there we go. So Greg went through the middle, and that he went for the right hip of James Stout, and Stout tinned it. So the number 1 seeds are in big trouble down. Love 2 in games. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back for Game 3 of the first men's semifinal of the 2022 MFS Boston Professional Doubles. The number 1 seeds are in big trouble here. They're down love 2. James Stout and Scott Arnold were the winners a few weeks ago at the Johnson doubles. And here's a factoid for you. I'm here with Will Hardigan, club member and also professional doubles tour player. Here's the factoid. The Johnson doubles is the...
Games are true love.
Here we are.
MacArthur to serve.
That's a good-looking team.
Love all.
So
we get better looking every year, Slates.
I don't know what it is. It's the water here.
Something in the
water. The Johnson doubles is the oldest professional doubles tournament in the world.
How many years?
Oh, it was played back in the 20s. So you look at
some of the photos that they have in there of the old school doubles matches with all the kids hanging their feet over the edge into the court are cool.
Yeah.
I think they should do one tournament where they make us all wear short shorts like that too, and high socks. That's a good look.
Never high socks. I mean, if I were to go back and playing, I've got the 2 ankle braces, the calf warmers or whatever. It's like putting on hockey equipment.
You're like Bubble Boy out there these days. You've got the full snowsuit on.
There are photos out of there with the short shorts though.
Oh, they're great.
So anyway, Zach Alexander and Greg MacArthur are really strategically playing well. They're firing a few through the middle to James Stout's backhand. Greg was on fire in the first game. Zach Alexander has played very well in the second game. James Stout, as we have learned, is world rackets champion, court tennis champion. You're saying how well Zach Alexander was playing. Announcer's curse.
Side out.
I made the mistake of I ran into Zach in between games. I told him, wow, you're on some heater that game. So, may have jinxed him.
Yeah.
No,
well,
he got it out of his system.
That was the first point. That's courtesy of Will Hardigan.
So, Slates, what is your favorite doubles court in the world?
I think the R&T court in New York is probably...
It's pretty darn good.
Old Rackets court, you know. Skylight, huge ceilings, really good lighting. I tend to like my old club in Philadelphia, Kinwood, the Pierce court. The left court plays really well, which is the same type of court we have here as a Gordy Anderson Maple Dowel Lock doubles court. You can play a drop lob game. You can play a fast game. Really plays nicely. But as far as unique doubles courts, the one at Heights Casino is, probably 3 stories down.
And it's got the beam.
Yeah, the beam.
That when you see it from above, you don't think that it affects.
Yeah.
It affects the flight of the ball, but you can't hit a lob.
Once you if you haven't played there in a while, and you go and you hit your first lob serve and you hit the beam, you go, oh yeah, now I remember.
Beam ball.
You pretty well have to hit a hard
3-1.
serve.
The other thing is that the door there is on the sidewall, on the left sidewall. And so if you hit a really flush straight rail, sometimes you catch the door and it'll shoot straight out.
Yeah.
Zach Alexander was bragging that he had 4 of them against Bernardo Samper in their match 2 years ago.
He was probably there the previous night hitting rail after rail after rail just to annoy Bernardo.
I actually haven't seen Bernardo.
We should ask some of the Trinity boys. There a lot of guys went to Trinity, the professional doubles tour. He had a lot of Princeton guys. Chris Callis went to Princeton, and David Letourneau and Kelly Shannon. Boy, look at that. It's a Will Hardigan error there, Zach. You cooled him off. He's the cooler.
Shots fired.
Will Hardigan.
Oh, I thought
cooler.
I thought you meant that's how I hit the ball, which is accurate, but mean.
No.
5-1.
Okay, so you think they're pushing this to at least 4? What's your call?
Yeah, this was I think Greg's pulled him aside, said, just forget whatever Will Hardigan said to you in between games, and don't make any errors.
And for those watching at home, pay no attention to the color of Greg MacArthur's cheeks. They're always that color. Fitness is not a factor with him, even when it looks like
he's
it.
got some good Scottish Gaelic blood there.
Oh, yeah.
And he might turn completely lobster red, and the paramedics might be outside, and he won't even know what's going on.
No. This is an early shade of red for him. It actually takes on a purple hue in the 4th and the 5th.
Yes, the women out there who are watching are hoping for shades of gray, but not but not shades of red.
2-5.
50 Shades of Red with Greg MacArthur. What was your favorite tournament in the world?
2-6.
Was this tournament as big as it is now back in the day?
Yeah, it was still it was one of the bigger ones. When I first turned pro, the Johnson
Side out,
doubles
7-2.
at Heights Casino was the biggest. But as far as Calcutta and so forth, and just prestige, the Cambridge Club tournament in Toronto was the players loved going there. In 1989, you had a $296,000 Calcutta on 16s.
$296,000.
$296,000. And this is when the Canadian dollar was worth more than the U.S. dollar.
Never. That was never. Slates, come on.
No, absolutely. It was ridiculous. It was the highest payout for doubles players because they got a 10% tip as well. So as well as the prize money. So Alan Grant and Ned Edwards won it that year. Alan went straight out to buy
Arnold
one of the
from the left.
new Nissan Z sports cars.
Really?
From the left.
Paid cash.
From a squash tournament.
8-2.
Amazing.
Yeah. But
So the purse was
I can't hear you.
ISDA sanctioned.
it was WPSA 25,000.
WPSA 25,000, and then there was
we paid 8 teams back then. The 2 losing qualifiers.
and then there was a
round
10% tip.
10% temp on the Calcutta. Yeah. I probably shouldn't have said that. The FBI. Actually, you know what? I don't
think there's a statute of limitations.
Well, I think there's a statute, and the RCMP. I don't think are listening.
8-3.
It's a different country too.
Yeah, that's right. I think we're off the hook with that one. But that was always a favorite tournament, the Cambridge. Although I only qualified once, made it to the 3rd place playoff. Lost to Jonathan Power, but actually I made it with Doug Whitaker. Whitaker's
Dougie.
Yeah,
9-3.
playing left wall for me, which was painful. Anyway, Stout and Arnold have weathered the storm and are up 9-3 in this 3rd game. Little
10-3.
little backhand tin from Greg. So at this point, you're thinking, how hard are we going to try in this game? What's our fitness like? I always like when you're down this much, pick on someone, who you think on the other team is weaker, and you just lob them. If you have an opening, drop them. We'll see what Zach Alexander and Greg MacArthur want to do here. There's a winner from Greg.
If ever there was a game where you
Side
could
out,
have a
4-10.
momentum shift where they closed the gap like this, it's double squash.
Oh, very streaky.
We had 14-8 last night. We were down in the 3rd, and we brought it back to 14-all. I thought we had it, and I blew it.
Taylor Fawcett and I, in the 5th game,
Point.
were up 14-3 against Tom
5-10.
Page and Gordy Anderson.
How much?
14-3.
In the which game?
And they caught up in the 5th game.
No.
And,
No.
And they caught up to 14-all. And Taylor hit a cross drop winner, We were so relieved. It was like,
You gave up a 14-3 in the fifth,
yes.
and you won 15-14?
Yes.
That is
Yeah.
insane, Slates.
6-10.
I had I was down 10-1 in the fifth to Trevor McGinnis in point of rally singles in college.
Playing to 15 or 11?
To 11, and I won 12-10. And none of the points ended on my rally. All the winners, all the misses were from Trevor.
Yeah, I coached Trevor, so I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Some
He
doubles player.
Win. Yeah, great
athlete.
great hands for doubles. Just fire it into the neck whenever you can.
Wow, good roll.
Yeah, so nice hit by Greg MacArthur, and this is the problem with Scott Arnold.
6-11.
He's so tall and just stretches to it, and he can still hold the ball. You don't know what he's going to do. So Zach Alexander, as we were discussing, and Greg are playing relatively defensively here, in that they're not bringing the other team up short. They're working them, making them, win this game. Right. When Zach Alexander came around on his forehand there. This is where he should crack a few down the middle, just to test James's backhand, but.
Oh.
We almost had some flesh hit.
Good point.
That ended with the
12-6.
overhead winner by James Stout. Scott Arnold in black serving to Zach Alexander. Team in black is seeded 1. They're down 2, love 2 in games, but are winning this game relatively comfortably.
13-6.
There's that soft around the world from Greg, I think. Well, loose backhand from Scott Arnold.
13-7.
A lot of times when you're down this far, you just want to get your timing back.
Wow.
That's a good scrape 3-wall winner from
Side
Zach
out,
Alexander. That was kind of a
8-13.
Hail Mary, eyes closed, fingers crossed type of hit, but
I'd like to see the number of winners that Zach's hit in this game. It's got to be up in the 20s.
You mean the match?
In the match, yeah.
8-14. Game ball.
But he doesn't shoot right away. I mean, he takes his time to set himself up, which I
Right.
like.
Zach, 9-14. Game ball.
Looks like Zach is bringing Scott Arnold up high, higher where Scott Arnold can volley it.
Wow.
There's a nice
Talk
cross
about
hit
working
by
your
Zach
opponent.
Alexander.
10-14. Game ball.
It's a really hard ball in doubles to control. When someone rips it at you to hit a cross-court drop shot.
Yeah.
Slow touch cross-court drop shot.
Oh, Zach Alexander with Greg MacArthur
What a
picked it
get.
up. Went off the back. Oh, they were scrambling.
Oh, and then he
there.
went for the winner.
And-
What a point.
But finished with the overhead winner, but That was a great pickup from the back wall from Greg MacArthur on a full tilt. I mean, a lot of times you see your head
11-14.
going into that glass. That's a shot that I've noticed Zach is playing quite a bit. Is a high one that comes through the middle that either Scott Arnold now is going back to take off his backhand, or James Stout has to come back and play that backhand.
Right. It's smart. Rather than going up the middle, he's just hitting it high over their head so that it comes around at the door.
Yeah,
and it's still on their backhand.
And they have to go all the way back. It's 10 extra steps they have to take. So.
Let ball. 11-14.
Here's the thing with the international singles players, that they have a tough time when the ball comes through the middle, that you have to audibilize it. Because if you just shape your racket, it looks like you're expecting your partner to take the ball. And if you just kind of raise your rackets and not say anything, you get called with a no-let.
Down.
And there's a reverse winner by Scott Arnold. The number 1 seeds have crawled back to a 1-2 deficit. We'll be back with Will Hardigan and Andrew Slater from the University Club of Boston in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back for Game 4. This is Andrew Slater coming from the University Club in Boston. I'm here with Will Hardigan, professional player and member. The number 1 seed, they're in trouble. They're down 1-2. They're in black. We've got James Stout from Bermuda, who's the RNT rackets and real tennis pro. He's playing with Scott Arnold, originally from Australia, who's from the Toronto Racket Club. Their opponents in green, who are up 2-1, we got Zach Alexander from Australia, Greg MacArthur from Scotland. Greg is the squash professional at Sleepy Hollow, just north of New York City. Got a huge crowd here, standing room only, and standing on tables.
Are they warming up a new ball here?
I think what happened was right when they got into the court and hit the ball around, it broke. So that is a new ball.
I think that we have the option to open a new ball after every single game, right?
Well, back when we revised the WPSA doubles rules, it was mandatory that after every 2 games we change balls. And that was to prevent this where, you accidentally break it in the middle of the game. You kind of lose the crowd. So,
do you think it's conspiracy theory that the balls have gotten softer over the years?
The new batch is better than they were
This batch this year has been good.
Yeah, at the beginning of the year, probably the old ones from last year were not very good.
One
they were
love.
Too soft and breaking.
Some consider it mean-spirited to hit a 3-wall boast that early in the game.
Well, actually, it's strategery.
Should let your opponent's wheels get started before.
Well, the ball's not sufficiently
Side
warmed
out,
up and stays
1-0.
down. So, and the other thing that you can do with a new ball is hard serve it at your opponent.
Yeah, it's got some wacky bounces. One thing I noticed about playing with Mikey, 2 seasons ago, and
We're talking about Michael Ferreira.
Yeah, Mikey Ferreira, is that whenever there's a new ball, he serves it hard and he shoots. Just bang. Sometimes that new ball pulls down off the sidewall. It can really roll
that's old
for you.
School. That's a checkpoint for Mike Ferreira, even though he dumped you. So, yeah.
It was consensual.
Mike is coming up in the next match, so we're gonna talk about his two-handed backhand and the fact that he's the oldest guy in the semifinals. All good stuff. All good stuff. So 1-1, 4th game. Zach Alexander and Greg MacArthur trying to upset the number 1 seeds. Let's see whether they effectively avoided you during the break. Scott Arnold with his classic
1-2
forehand. We should have started a tally on how many overhead nicks he hits for winners. It's definitely close to 10 at the moment. Ooh. Wow, another backhand tin from James Stout.
2-all.
That's a freebie. I'm not sure what Zach Alexander and Greg MacArthur are talking about.
It looks like Team Black has decided to inject a little pace. Maybe, turn the pressure on and see if they can start to wear down Team Green.
There's nice length by Scott Arnold. Greg MacArthur unable to retrieve
Side
that.
out. 3-2.
Scott Arnold serving to Zach Alexander. Got 2 Australians on the court against each other.
Who are the good Aussies of your generation? Or did the Aussie doubles movement kind of start with Gould and Mudge?
It started with Damien Mudge coming to the University Club, courtesy of Gary Waite being the head pro.
So he was the first.
He was the. I'll have to think about that, but definitely.
Was Scott Butcher an Aussie?
Yes.
Did he predate Mudge?
4-2.
They came in about the same time. Scott Butcher was at the racket and tennis. Damien Mudge, for those of you who are new to squash doubles, one of the greatest ever.
Would you call him the GOAT?
Yeah, well, Well, there are a lot of there are few
Only
players
one
in
GOAT.
that category. Yeah, I mean, there's you could say Jamie Bentley, you could say
5-2.
you could say Gary Waite, who played with Mudgee.
I think given that Mudge did it on both sides,
Well,
and
Gary
has
Waite,
so many titles on both sides.
yeah, Gary Waite did it on both sides, but was much better on that left wall.
He was better as a backhander?
Much better as a backhander.
Wow.
Stout
Yeah,
on the left.
His forehand,
5-3.
he played it behind him. Time will tell, but I think Damien probably has definitely more titles on both walls than anyone.
Out.
Jamie Bentley specifically was just a right wall player. Playing a lead on that.
5-3.
Damien Mudge was a pretty good singles player. Was in the top 40 of the world and got chronic fatigue syndrome. So his singles touring career came to a crashing halt. But Gary Waite hired him as his assistant at the University Club, and Damien stayed there for probably at least 15 years.
I never knew that about Damien Mudge and chronic fatigue.
Yeah, it was a.
And what does that come from? Overtraining?
What's that?
Yeah,
it's stout on the left.
It's a immunosuppressed thing where overtraining or you're overworked. The guy I replaced at the Kinwood Club had it, also an Australian, Craig Thorpe Clark. He had it from teaching so many lessons.
So why would it be triggered from singles but not from doubles?
Well, I think it's just when you're run down and you just can't get your immune system to kick back up and your strength. It's
right.
You basically have to take some time off and just not really overextend yourself. That's a quick. I mean, seeing the opportunity there, Zach Alexander stepped right up and hit it hard before they could get set.
Great spot too, right behind Arnold's back and short enough so that that Stout, who was running behind him, couldn't get to it.
Exactly.
First Philly of the day.
Oh, trouble. Yeah, James Stout read that. Look how quickly he's up on that, and no one there to defend it.
4-7.
So, what do you think the shift has been in this match from where Alexander and MacArthur were,
let ball,
won the first 2 games, and now it seems definitively like Team Black is in control?
They are playing longer rallies. They're waiting for Alexander and MacArthur to bring the ball forward, and the announcer's curse
side
right
out.
there. James Stout had an open ball and just fired in an overhead winner.
But aside from Team Green just hitting dead winners, what would you do to change the momentum of this game right now?
Well, you got to change the losing game, that's for sure. And this lobbing to the back that Team Black are doing at the moment is slowing things down for Team Green. So if I were Team Green, I'd try and pick up the pace a little bit more. Wow. From the back of the court, there's a loose error from James Stout. You hardly ever see
Stout on the
that.
left.
Looked good.
8-5.
Sounded down.
right from the front of the court. Power 10 from James.
Side
Stout.
out, 6-8.
Too meaty.
Got Greg right in the neck, too. Hit the 10, bouncing at Greg MacArthur's neck. He's going to get redder now, I think, too. 50 Shades of Red.
Yeah. Some
7-8.
Yeah, that's a soft, quick reverse by Zach Alexander.
Do you think the perfect reverse is hit hard or slow, and do you think it's hit with backspin or flat?
Both are hit with backspin. Both, yeah, slow, hard or slow. You know,
with backspin.
It's got to have backspin. Yeah, keeps it down. It's cooler to just hammer it in there.
Yeah.
But a lot of the time, you know, if you overhit it, it comes off the side wall. But I think just, you know, if you apply your spin well, and it really depends where your opponent is too, how hard you're going to hit it.
All right, this is the thing about Team Green is they've both got such good hands that they can go on.
Greg on the right.
They can go on
8-all.
runs.
We're tied at 8, and Greg MacArthur
8-all.
just slotting in. That was a soft reverse too. He didn't
Yep.
hammer that one in. There's kind of a hush over the crowd here because.
Oh. See, how are you going to get around the big
8-9.
man if he can chuck it in
he
there?
doesn't even
There's
see
no
it.
chance.
And that's
He doesn't even see the
Yeah,
ball.
well,
it's just he's seeing his
yeah,
back.
exactly. But that's up to Zach Alexander to not put it there.
Right. Wow. Oh, very sneaky shot. Did this fly all the way to the third wall?
Side
Oh,
out,
it did.
10-8.
Yeah, that's a from about 5 feet from the front wall, a reverse 3 wall.
That was a Greg Zaff.
Kids at home, don't try that at home, kids.
Yeah. That was exotic points. Ooh, the double boast. What do you think? You think Team Green is tired?
11-8.
Just getting out.
Well, at 8 all, it was 8 all like 30 seconds ago. I don't think it's physically tired. I think it's just mentally tired of
12-8.
having just given setups to Scott Arnold like that and not being able to respond. You know, it was kind of
Power 10.
Yeah.
It's down on the
Announcers
left
first.
with 12-9.
I'm not sure I think he's trying to for front wall Nick, but he's so far away from that. There, Zach Alexander came around with some power. Greg MacArthur with a 10 of his own.
13-9.
A crack right off the serve by
Side
Zach.
out, 10-13.
A crack by Zach right there.
Cracked by Zach. Another power 10?
And
11-13.
I think he was going for another reverse 3 wall. It was hit so badly I can't even tell. But they're still up 13-11. It's amazing that James Stout would ever play a shot.
He had a free one.
He had a free one, but just the shot selection.
Left
there,
ball.
I mean,
Greg from the left side. 11-13.
I like that from Zach playing the wide straight rail to Stout's right hip.
yeah. I agree, and I think it would work with Manick, who's also a lefty.
Yeah.
12-13.
That's a nice.
All right. Wow, this is a big swing.
A wry smile from Greg MacArthur.
We're at 42 shades of gray. If we go 5, we'll see all 50.
Of
red.
red.
Of red.
red.
in his
12-13?
face.
The pinks, the hit, the ball hitting his neck. The only thing I recommended that he didn't do was shave before the match so that he wouldn't bleed all over the court.
I didn't notice.
Like
you
2
don't
years
see.
ago. Like 2 years ago.
Did he bleed all over?
Oh, it was.
What from? Racket?
Remember, no, from the he cut himself shaving in multiple places.
Like he
with
caught
the
some
razors.
jugular?
Yeah. He kept the porn stash.
Wow. The
Zach
porn star stash.
Yeah. And Zach Alexander there with a beautiful reverse
Huge.
right in front of James Stouts. At 13
13 all.
We're 2 points away from match ball here. There's a hush in the crowd. We might be speaking too loudly. We have to keep it down. We're now in a golf tower at the moment. Watching
All right,
putts.
now the intensity's jacked up.
Yeah, here you go.
These guys feel it. Oh, and he saved it. He saved the up the middle.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting
14-13.
for.
We hadn't seen
match
one of those,
ball.
and he was holding. It was up his
We got
sleeve.
match ball. Number 1 seed's in danger of going down here.
Left ball.
Playing a left. Scott Arnold wanted to play his
14-13.
backhand. Greg MacArthur was in the way.
Are your palms sweating? No.
Not just my palms.
Whole body.
I'm on the edge of my seat. There's a roll corner from Zach, so he's going for it. Here comes the forehand
Zach.
again. Oh, it died in the back. Philadelphia. Backhand Philadelphia.
This is chaos.
Oh, we're going to
That's
get
a
let.
let,
there.
just a
Yeah,
let.
Yeah, we're going to get a let. We're
No.
gonna get a let.
No, did he give him a point?
Oh, might be a let point.
I don't love that call. Do you like that, Slates?
It's a
tough one.
It was a bad hit by Zach. So, yeah, let's see the replay.
You think it's a point? Yeah, it might have
yeah, it's probably like 70-30.
14
You probably
all.
got one line judge saying
Game
the
ball,
referee
match
and
ball.
One line judge saying a
Oh
let
man,
point.
look at this.
Right.
This is
Zach Alexander. What do you do here? Like I personally would hit a hard serve and go for the back wall.
Oh,
neck.
you got to. You
Yeah.
got to hit
Would
the
you
hard
do that
serve.
too? Yeah.
No question.
Oh yeah, just
Right at the corner. Try to jam it in there. Walk off. Ace alert. Would you call the ace alert before it?
lob serve. Oh, he went around.
I don't like that serve.
Yeah. Scott Arnold went for the overhead there.
I think Zach's going to go for it. Wow. Wow.
Oh, what a winning point. It did not make the front wall. The number 1 seeds have been defeated here at the University of Pueblo, Boston. Greg MacArthur, Zach Alexander with a tremendous victory. Crowd goes wild.
Crowd goes wild.
Wow. What a great
What a
finishing
turnout.
point. Will Hardigan and Andrew Slater will be back with the second semifinal. I don't know how we're going to top this one, but we might. Stay tuned. Okay, we're back at the University Club of Boston for the last match of the evening. It's the second men's semifinal in the 2022 MFS Professional Doubles Tournament. In white, we have Michael Ferreira, originally from England, and his English partner James Bamber from Bristol City. If you're a English football fan. He actually won the U.S. National Amateur, even though he's a professional. Some regulations involved with playing in the U.S. Amateur, but he won that a few weeks ago. And this team made the finals of the Johnson doubles. They're going up against, in black, the number 2 seeds, Manik Mathur. Originally from India, played at Trinity College, was at the R&T as a squash professional, and now is in the Manhattan real estate world. And his partner from Princeton also came out of Philadelphia, Chris Callis. He's a member at the R&T in New York City. I've got Will Hartigan with me. He is a member here at the club, quarterfinalist this year. He's been on the professional doubles tour for at least 5 or 6 years. And Will, if you were your old partner, Mikey Ferreira, what would you be trying to do with Manik and Chris Callis?
If I was playing with Mikey?
If you were playing with Mikey, what would you be trying to do here?
Well, we actually played them in this round at this tournament 2 years ago, pre-COVID. And we were 2 points away from winning. We were up 2-0.
Yeah, I remember that. Yep.
It was 13-12. And you know, with Mikey, he's got one plan and he's got one speed, and it's pure pace. It's just inject as much heat as possible, which I obviously love because I've got no touch whatsoever. So I just...
Well, when you go for your shots, you hit them hard.
Yeah. I hit him hard, and Mikey is usually the finisher on a team. You know, he likes for the forehand guy to be banging it hard cross court, and when the ball gets popped up to him, he can lay it down.
That's a traditional way of playing doubles. The right wall guy provides the power and fewer errors to set up the left wall guy.
So there's not gonna, you know, they may later in the match try to vary the pace to Callis and Manik.
1-3.
But for the most part, they're going to pick on Callis, and they are going to, you know, inject as much pace as possible.
Side out. 4-1.
So team in white, Mike Ferreira and James Bamber have gone up to a 4-1 lead. Yep, for those of you who are watching who have never seen Mike Ferreira hit a backhand before, it is a two-handed backhand. He releases the left hand, probably the latest of anybody. And he does hit a very hard backhand.
Yeah, I mean, he uses it as he gets some special leverage on that shot because he can hit his backhand as hard as anyone on tour, at least right now. I'd say he's the hardest hitting backhand on tour. And he's also able to snap that reverse and that cross court kill so well. I mean, it lays down perfectly when he's hitting it.
The other thing Mike is good at is when he comes around with the forehand, he hits that roll corner into the right side. We'll point it out when he hits it next. So the beauty of Manik and Chris, they're at the R&T, so there is some practice together.
That ball.
We're going to play a let there.
5-2.
What I like about Chris Callis, because I've known him the longest, because I was in Philadelphia for 10 years when he was growing up. I mean, he was on the doubles court when he was 7, 8, 9 years old, and his positioning is
Wow,
really good.
some shot.
Side out, 3-5.
Interesting that they're coming in and serving to Bamber as opposed to Mike. Is that probably because Mike likes to shoot the reverse off the serve?
Did they come in and serve to?
Yeah, they just did. They were
Yeah,
4-5.
Mikey's hard to serve to, because
they just hard, and Chris Callis just hard served him right there.
Well, one tip the Callis once gave me about Mikey, this may be a spoiler to the world, but is always serve hard to him.
4-6.
So
if you lob,
so we just saw Mike for Chris gave him he hit that roll corner that we're talking about off the serve.
You okay?
Why would you want to hard
First serve, 4-6.
If you hit a lob serve to Mikey and it's not perfect on the wall, he will shoot, and his consistency with it is quite high.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen him hit a lot, but
if you hit the hard serve at him, 75-80% of the time, he hits it hard back at you, but he doesn't go for the reverse.
Gotcha. Well, we have that issue with Sandy Tierney at this club. He's a lefty who, if you give him probably an 80% lob ball, 80% of the time he's going to go for the reverse and make it. So you tend to hard serve him, serve to his backhand. I mean, he's my partner in a lot of tournaments. So
he's hard to serve to.
Yeah.
Mikey's very hard to serve to. Yeah, you know, I think this is going to be a very good match. Bamber and Mikey are extremely solid, and you know, if Mikey's shooting well, they're an extremely hard team to beat. And Callis and Monik, needless to say, don't have many vulnerabilities.
Monik is appealing here because
left box, Monik, 6-all.
Do you think it was down, or did he want to let?
He caught it down.
He put his hand up because he thought Mikey hit
the 6-all.
Yeah, it hit the top of the tin. It's one of those ones where, you know, they heard it on court and yet it didn't really pop up. And the referees confirmed that. And the ball hit
6-all.
The ball hit the handle. So the house rule is that you play a let if you ask for the let.
You know, it's been an interesting adjustment to watch Monik go from being full-time squash pro to now working in real estate, because he was the best player in the world for a long time. He's won everything there is to win, and I think it'd be tough to find the same mentality and same intensity.
Yeah, it's interesting that you should say that, because it might be that his passion might grow to play the game again. You know, to get your less time in the court teaching and being around the squash court. So when you get really excited to play this great game of squash doubles. Now, I had Greg MacArthur while you were playing on the other court last night. We were watching Manik and Chris Callis, and Greg was saying that Manik, when I brought up, you know, who brings the heat these days, we had Ben Gould and Damian Mudge, and back in the day, Jamie Bentley, and there was this guy, Manuel Loza, Mexican, who was a highlight player that absolutely hit the ball harder than anyone I've ever seen.
I know Manuel.
Yeah, he could crush it. He could bring it, and if he wanted to hit somebody, I can't tell a worse story ever of any kind of bad hit.
Let ball.
It's very biological. But anyway, Greg was saying that that Manik's power equaled Ben Gould and Damian Mudge, but I you know, when I watch him, I don't really see it. How about you when you play against him? Do you ever feel the heat from him coming cross court?
From Monik?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's my opinion that Monik, when he really tees off on one, hits it as hard as anyone I've ever seen.
Okay.
He just doesn't unload fully that often.
Right. I mean, he's tall. He's got the long levers. He's got good technique. So I don't doubt it for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say that Ben Gould and him have the same sort of sound when they hit it.
Okay.
You know, they both have a ton of lag in their swing. They're tall.
And
they're long.
they got long levers.
Yeah.
It's like the big unit
Yeah,
pitcher,
yeah.
you know.
You know, Bossett was a hard hitter. But I'd be interested to know what the difference in the pace that Monic is hitting the ball and like the pace that Callis or Bamber is hitting the ball. You know, do you think it's 10 miles an hour or do you think it's 3 miles an hour? Or 20? I have absolutely no sense of how big the difference is.
Yeah, I'd say it's within 10 miles an hour, but only on certain occasions. I mean,
but I
can
can
tell by the sound.
Right.
Yeah, I can say when you're returning that ball from Monic, it has that
7,
snapping
8.
sound when he hits it. And then it seems like off the wall it's kind of compressing and then, you know, trampoline affecting at you.
Right.
It like goes into warp speed. He almost hit me in the face multiple times last year off the front wall when I was standing on the red line.
Side out.
Yeah, that's that really should count 2 points when you hit your opponent off the front wall and the guy's on the tee. You know, that's not only a hard shot, but it's also well positioned. So Team Black is up 9-7. And you know, this is a feel out type of first game.
You know, Callis is probably going to see a lot of action in this match, as he already has. He's incredibly solid. He's incredibly fit. You know, they could potentially break him down doing that, but it'll be tough.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether they're going to him for the fitness effect. I think I mean,
just where else do you go? You
yeah,
can't go
like Monic with the forehand is so deadly with the shots, and he's not afraid to go for it. I haven't really seen Bamber go through the middle at all. I mean, he's been through the middle, but
right.
I think the
9-8.
last time, I think it was Robin Clark and James Stout. No, sorry, Robin Clark and Scott Arnold. There's one point in the last match they played against him where they went through the middle every single time. They didn't bother going cross court. They just went through the middle to both of their backhands.
10-8.
Which was, I mean, it's tough to do. You know, you're not having the sidewalls come into play, but it was an interesting strategy. Yeah, they did win the first game that way, and then they kind of got lost.
One thing I noticed playing Monic last year is he stands as close to the tee as anyone I know in doubles, and he plays way out into the middle of the court, and it's because he's so fast, he's so long.
Well, yeah, he's got the long levers. Yeah,
and he's also tempting. He's tempting you to take it at him.
To go cross court.
To go cross court, and so few people do. But I did notice that there's a big hole there. You have to be precise, because if you miss it, he's going to punish you.
Yeah.
But there is a gap on the wall whenever he's standing at the tee.
Chris Callis going for something off the serve, but it's pretty tight here in the first game.
That could be a broken racket.
Both players trying to play the ball through the middle from Team White.
Let ball. 9-10. Broken racket.
Yeah, there we go. You called it. I think James Bamber's racket was broken by Mike Ferrera's racket.
Was that Harrow on Harrow?
That's a good-looking team. Look who's joining us behind. It's Hall of Famer
get in
John
here,
Nemec.
John Nemec.
We don't have you mic'd, so he's just here for massages.
Jim left.
Bill, I'm sorry, I forgot.
A choice.
I want to make sure you know too. Slates to get,
9.
You're good at that.
9-10.
Yeah.
Good comes. They used to hit reverse corners, but they don't anymore.
Well, Mike Ferreira does hit reverse corners, but he's Good night, John.
9-10.
Hard serve from James Bamber to Chris Callis,
Not up.
who went through. Wow, that was a great reverse from
Mikey.
Chris
Gotta
Callis.
check the ball.
Oh, they're.
Oh, it's amazing playing against Callis. You know, you're keeping the ball away from Monic, and you can forget how good he is hitting it. But I played him in the Pro-Am today, and he was hitting dead winners from all over the place.
It's a broken ball. So Chris Callis's reverse is for naught. They got to warm up a new ball here.
Right.
So it's going to take a couple minutes to warm this up. Will Hardigan, Andrew Slater will be back in a couple minutes.
We may need them. Yeah, I'll take them. Thanks. Perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I mean that was a ball less than a game. Okay. Quiet, please. Score is 9-10.
Okay, we're back with a new ball. First game. Mike Ferreira, James Bamber just tied it up 10-all. It's Andrew Slater at the University Club of Boston with Will Hardigan, not only professional doubles tour player, but also a member here. Chris Callis, wow, just lobbed it out of court with a new ball.
Potential global warming.
Yes.
You know, we're getting some feedback on our 50 Shades of Red for MacArthur's face. You know, Mikey's wife, who's home watching from home, Kate Ferreira, who apparently is a massive 50 Shades of Grey fan, is saying she really likes that reference.
Well, Greg MacArthur's in the final tomorrow, so we can use it again. Team in white, Mike Ferreira, James Bamber up 2 points on the number 2 seed.
Oh, great spot from Callis.
Yeah, and you notice that Manic had to be very careful not to get hit by his own partner's ball.
It's tough when they're wearing black to pick up the ball from the front of the court.
Yeah,
sometimes.
dark blue. This is something that you know, you should have in your repertoire. Lots of blue shirts.
That is vintage Mikey right here.
Yeah.
13-11.
Look at that. That's a thing of beauty.
Full tilt.
He takes a crack at it too. Oh, he went for it again.
And we're playing a let there. Yeah, he was lobbing it, and it did hit Chris. I thought maybe he held up, but he did hit him with a lob. Squash doubles, it's a let if you hit someone on it. That was going to make the front wall. Wow,
good spot.
Yeah, cross court.
Jumped on him.
14-11, game ball.
Kind of a weird bounce. Maybe it's, I mean, it's a new ball, so it's not bouncing perfectly.
I think if Bamber gets even more comfortable than he already is hitting reverses and cross-court nicks, he'll be very dangerous because he does not have many holes he's super fast. He can hit it hard. He's got great court sense.
Yeah, and now he's not lacking in any confidence because
First game, 15-12.
They just won the first game. They won the tournament at Nyack earlier in the year, and he's just come off a U.S. Nationals title with Adam Hughes. All right, Team White wins the first game. Andrew Slater, Will Hardigan will be back in 2 minutes.
Bamber and Ferreira lead 1-0. Second game.
All right, we're back at the University Club of Boston. Andrew Slater here with Will Hardigan. This is the last match of the evening. Men's Pro semifinal. We've got the number 2 team in trouble here. They've lost the first game. Manik Mathur and Chris Callis out of the R&T in New York. In white, we got Mike Ferreira, who's also a member of the R&T in New York, and his English partner, James Bamber. That team won the Big Apple Open at the New York Athletic Club earlier in the year and made the finals of Heights Casino recently, 2 weeks ago. James Bamber trying a defensive law, put it out of court. So is he? They're coming in. Chris Callis is serving to James Bamber.
Yeah, I think that I think he just doesn't like to serve to Mikey. Mikey shoots 90% of the time off the serve.
Off a lob serve, but not
off
the
a
hard
lob
serve.
serve.
So,
yeah.
So let's find out what.
1-0.
Yeah,
Wow.
Mike just slotted in a 3-well nick there.
Oh, there's a lob serve. Oh, he didn't shoot.
Out of court.
Global
2-1.
warming here at the University.
Time
There was a
please.
little global warming.
Oh, that's a good catch. That's a good catch. How's it going?
I think they should let you and me at this point in your career play in the Pro-Am. Would you not want to do that?
No, I
given that you've competed in the main draw so many
2-1.
times.
She's doing well.
No,
One
but
fault.
it's more to the point that I probably played more than 100 Pro-Ams. So
that's a lot of matches.
A lot of matches, yeah.
Stroke.
But
3-1.
Because I was on the bottom end of the guys in the Pro-Am, I always got a good amateur partner, so it's worked out. It worked out well.
So I'll have played 6 matches by the end of this weekend.
Side out.
Yeah, and then
2-3.
That's a lot of matches.
And then after that, think about going from
One
when
fault.
I was at the Kinwood Club, going straight out from noon till 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and then back at another tournament.
Oh,
Not up.
On
Not up.
court.
Thank
That's
you,
how you
Chris.
catch chronic fatigue syndrome, by
Yeah.
the way.
3-0.
I had
Serious heat from Chris Callis going at Mikey Ferreira. 3-3 second game. Well, it's never good when you have to go off the back wall. Yet they survive. Well, the second
good
cross
spot.
court. Yeah.
Mikey left. 3-4.
I think Team Black has got to have in the back of their head that they're going to really try to work Mikey on the left wall and see if he gets tired going up with 2 hands above his head. That's got to be so exhausting to do for 5 games.
Yeah, and mixing it up, you know, with the lobs, like a two-handed backhand with the high
Side out.
volley, or having
Chris
to go
coming
back
in.
for it.
5-3.
Look, you don't necessarily have to fire it hard at him every time.
It's tough though because he is the shooter on the team. I mean, he can roll through very good teams if he's on a hot day.
Yes. However, he's the oldest guy in the quarterfinals here, so
Right.
you know, so the longer it goes, I think.
But he's an animal. I mean, have you ever heard of the workout machine Versa Climber? It's where you're just on a it's like a spike with 4 pegs and you're just going up and down.
Yeah, I'm more of a swimmer now.
Second end.
Well, the Versa Climber might be the hardest
5-4.
thing I've ever done, and I've done it for 90 seconds and felt like I was going to throw up. Mikey does it for 45 minutes straight. I mean, that takes a real screw loose.
6-4.
Oh, good for him.
He's an animal.
Time. Level. 6-4.
So Manic, Mathur, and Chris Callis, very small 2-point lead in the second game. That, you know what?
No, he's not.
Yeah,
No let.
this, you know, I don't think
Side
there's any
out,
interference
5-6.
there, so it's definitely no let. This is, I mean,
No
it
let.
was on Chris to vocalize it. And this is the one problem I have with international singles players, although Chris, you know, grew up in Philadelphia, is that they hold the racket up for let, so when the ball comes through the middle, and the two opponents look at each other and they go, okay, well, I thought you were playing. No, I thought.
Yeah.
And neither of them goes, let.
Got to verbalize it.
Yeah, you got.
6-0.
For all you kids out there watching, when it comes to the middle
One
and doubles,
fault.
you want to let, you got to yell it out.
Level. 6-0. Jim, right.
See, that's a true doubles move that Chris Callis put on.
Yeah.
It's like a bullfighter. You want to get close. You want to maintain
Second
your
hand.
position.
Who did that hit?
6-7.
Oh, he hit his partner.
Yeah.
1 fault.
So, I had a first last night.
Let ball. How
And
was
I'm
the
not
serve?
proud of the stat, but I got aced 3
How was
times.
the serve? It was good.
One from Mikey straight into the corner.
First serve.
One where Bamber took a full swing and missed it, and it hit the nick, rolled out, and then Mikey hit another corner on me.
What court?
Not this court, the other court.
Oh,
It was last night.
7-0.
Yeah. Thank
This
God
is-
it wasn't on video.
yeah. Well, that would have been on your permanent record.
Yeah.
There's some heat from Manic.
Yeah, there's a little heat.
And
Left ball.
James had radar lock.
Mikey right, 7-0.
Callis is a tough guy to get position on too. He does a good job of planting himself right in front of you.
Yeah.
Left ball.
And makes you work for
7-0.
it.
So Monic with the backhand.
Side out.
Might have been rubbish, as it's called at the club.
8-7.
Or was
Rubbish.
that fair game?
Well, it was a good shot, but I think he got a bit of the frame.
You bought the whole thing, though.
Rubbish.
Rubbish, as Amrit Conwall says.
Through the middle there. Like Chris Callis. He's trying to mix things up. They're definitely going after Chris here. And he just shot himself out of trouble.
Good plan.
Chris Wright, 9-7.
When was the last time, Will, that you were picked on by a team where right off the bat you're seeing 99% of the balls?
Where I knew I was being picked on?
Yeah. Well, it might have been maybe you weren't conscious of it, but you're going, hey, wow, I'm getting warmed up.
You're saying bullying, where I was conscious of the bullying.
Yeah. Like you must have been playing with a good player for that to happen. Or you were new. You're the new guy on the block. They're going to test you out right away.
You know, I can... The one thing I can do is usually blast my way out of that a little bit. But, you know, sometimes when I play guys like Stout and Zach Alexander, who have such amazing ball control, they'll be able to just lob it over my head, which they know I wouldn't like to chase that. I don't know. I feel like when I played with Mikey, we saw a pretty good distribution, and then Clinton and I see a good distribution too.
But when we were actually picked on, like you walk into the court and all of a sudden you're seeing every single ball.
It might be the last time I played a tournament on the left wall, which was the Johnson 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I think I saw 99% of the balls.
Yeah. Well,
John Roberts was on the right.
Yeah, that's why I don't miss the left wall at a high level.
No, it's tough. But there's also such a surplus of good right wallers relative to left wallers.
Right, yeah, exactly.
That it's just unlikely that I'm going to find you know, a left wall partner that's like so far superior to me that I'm seeing all of the balls.
Right.
Unless I somehow convince Monic to play with me. You know?
11,
in which case
7.
It'd be like a firing squad over there on the right wall.
Exactly. No, I had that when I played with Gary Waite at the gold brackets where I'm seeing 90% of the balls. But I mean, we won both times, but I needed deep muscle massage on Monday because I couldn't move my
Second
right
end.
arm.
11-8.
Both times. It was like brutal. It's kind of nice that you play with the #1 player in the world, but not nice that you have to win it yourself without just him being on the court.
It's actually a lot of pressure too. I mean,
12-8.
Callis and Monic had never lost until this season. I believe that's accurate. And you know, if they do lose,
Mikey was
good. It was good.
Well,
Great get.
they're appealing at get. that
13-8.
is confirmed as good. So Manic Mathur, Chris Callis riding the ship here, trying to tie this match up at 1-all. James Bamber going for reverse Tindit. It's
14-8.
game ball
Game
for
ball.
the number 2 seeds, Manic Mathur, Chris Callis. Number 1 seeds went out in a previous match. James Stout and Scott Arnold lost 1 point in the fourth to Craig MacArthur and Zach Alexander.
That didn't feel like a massive upset to me, though. They're both such good teams.
It definitely...
It could have gone either way, too.
Yeah. For those people who don't know, Greg MacArthur did play with James Stout for a couple of years. And Zach Alexander has definitely improved. Zach was playing mainly right wall for a few years and now has moved over to the left, although he'll move to play his forehand a lot. And there we go. It's 1-1.
Tied at 1-all.
Right.
We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back for the third game of this last match of the evening. It's Andrew Slater coming from the University Club of Boston for the 2022 MFS Pro-Am Doubles. This tournament was postponed from January to this weekend. And we've got the number 2 seeds in black having tied up their...
Level.
James Bamber thought that might be a let point. Oh, do we have another broken ball?
Broken on the first point?
I've got 2 balls left, so.
Oh, you don't want to say it, do you?
That's the quota.
All Am I going to have to do it, Slates?
Yeah, go ahead, Will.
No, I can't. I think everyone knows what we're talking about.
It could be the end of the tournament if they just have 2 balls left. There we are. God.
Slates, when are we getting back out there? We've had some battles this year.
Yeah, Saturday mornings. I think we're on the same Squash Busters team. I'm going to allow you to play left wall to start with.
Thank you.
And I'll give you the forehand through the middle. I'll give you the front right corner.
Front right, too?
Yeah, I'll give you
wow,
the
your
right
large S knows no bounds. Thank you, Slates.
No problem. I mean, I'm just trying to help you out. Have you play as many balls, get a little bit more experience, and save my body for the golf season.
Right around the corner. Although weekends like this in Boston get you feeling like spring is here and then we get a foot of snow. Although Puxatawny Phil, I think, said an early spring.
No, he said long winter.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
Yeah. Then they ate him. Roadkill.
So, did you see the back wall boast that Mikey just hit, where he's going for the nick in the front right corner? The back wall Philly?
Yeah.
So,
Alan Grant used to do that all the time.
So I saw Monic hit one in the Pro-Am yesterday that rolled out. I've seen a lot of people attempt it, but he rolled one.
That's sweet. That's takes some guts, A, to play it, and B, to execute it properly. All right, new ball. Let's see how quickly Mike Ferrer shoots. Oh, he went for it right there.
See, I told you. He always shoots with a new ball.
And Chris had it, and he timed it.
Good wheels from Monic.
Yeah, and
he
those
just
who
exploded
don't know,
into action.
He tore his Achilles 2 years ago too, so he's not the spring chicken that he used to be. The spring has been sprung with him. Philly from James Bamber, picked up by Chris Callis, and off the back wall, through the middle.
Good spot. And Monic with the pick. Look at this.
1-0.
Seeing quite a few more balls through the middle in this third game.
Great counterpunch from Mikey.
Yeah. Chris Cowles tapping his racket in appreciation.
Yeah.
He's laughing at him. He's probably going to go right back at him. Monic coming around with the forehand.
It's always scary when Monic turns on that forehand there.
Mikey with a loose forehand tin here. And he,
Side
you know
out.
what? He had Monic out of position there. So, you know, I don't know whether it's fatigue, mental fatigue. You didn't talk to Mike in between games, did you?
No.
Okay. All right, so you can't blame him.
He doesn't want any of my nonsense.
3-2.
All right, good one from Bamber.
Yeah, it hit with authority, too.
Yeah. He hits a great reverse. He just doesn't go for it that often.
Well, Mikey just hammers across
Side
net.
out, 4-2.
Full
Off
tilt.
the breaking ball, too.
Yeah, full tilt.
That ball.
You know,
4-2.
if you watch a lot of the really top backhanders on the left wall, their body's facing the side wall a little. It's almost like 45 degrees to the front
Oh
wall.
yeah, you need to
gotta
play the
turn a
ball
little
early.
Bit. But with
open.
Mikey on
Oh, he hammered one.
and the
bottom
two
of his head.
hands, he can play off that
Mikey
left
right.
foot and kind of
4-3.
face forward, and I think that's why he can hit the reverse from so many different places. Wow, some shot.
There's some heat, and
That
he
just
laid
got
it down.
stuck in the crack.
Side out.
Yeah, that
Four
Monic
all.
laid that one down. Both teams going with the heat at the moment, trying to get the advantage.
Oh, Mikey keeping the pressure on.
There's a lob from Chris Cowles. Everyone resets.
That was hand-to-hand combat at the front of the court for a while.
Chris Cowles coming around with the backhand and slotting it into the front left corner.
Chris Wright, 5-4.
Here's a hard serve from Chris to Mike Ferreira, as you pointed out. He doesn't like lob serving him.
Were you a yeller at your partner if there was a ball in the front? You know
I
how
still
some
do.
people do you?
Oh yeah.
Do you ever have those loud, explosive yells?
Always. Always. Just a lot of talk out there. It's a team game. Will, it's a team game.
Second
you
half,
got to talk to your
5-0.
partner all the time. And I
No,
tell
but you know how sometimes people will like manically kind of scream?
Well, no, I wasn't a manic screamer, but
A controlled kind of.
it was when it was urgent. I'd
There was
ensure that it was
urgency in
urgent.
your voice,
yeah,
but it was
yeah,
never manic.
Yeah, like I'm slow. I'm in the back of the court. There's no way I'm getting it. It's going to be yours wherever it goes, unless it's going to
It's
hit
not
me.
mine. That's for sure. It's you.
Little roll corner from Chris Cowles there, and Mike Ferreira with the lob and forehand
shot,
reverse.
Mikey.
Forehand reverse. You know who's really good at that is Jeff Stanley.
Side out.
Jeff
Yeah.
Stanley.
6,
You know,
5.
and Jeff actually played a lot with Mike when
Oh!
Mike first came to New York.
They work together, right?
Second serve.
Yeah, and I actually played them. Jeff and I, on paper, were a really good team. We never won a professional match together. We switched walls so many times. We sucked.
7-5.
But the only time we actually won, he came up with Mike. They had Duran was a corporate event. They were playing here in the Boston Seaport, and they wanted to play doubles before they went to Duran. And I forget who was on the court with us, but Mike and whoever
8-5.
lost to Jeff and I. And that was our. We kind of looked at each other and going, "Holy crap!"
Did you go to Duran?
I did not. I saw them open for Blondie back in the
Oh my
early
God!
80s.
Here we
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, there. I mentioned the 80s. There we go.
Open for Blondie.
Open for Blondie.
That's a heck of a show.
Yeah. Duran, you know, planet Earth. You know what? I'd go see them again. You know, I kind of miss them.
I'll go with you.
All right, there you go. It's a date.
What was the famous Blondie song?
It was the disco one.
Sing it.
We got a match to play.
Okay, sorry.
Off the same. Parallel Lines was the album, and Hanging on the Telephone was on there. One Way or Another.
That's the one.
Oh, nice cross court by
Yeah,
Mac.
perfect spot.
And you know what? Look at Chris Cal. Well,
Yeah.
it wasn't a pick.
Mikey Wright.
You know what? Chris wasn't moving. James moved up. He moved up too far. Manic passed him.
8-6.
It's classic. I'm not going to move in that slot. You
Yeah.
know? Law of the jungle.
I think Chris is actively trying to work Mikey front and back. He's hitting a lot of trickles to him and then some cross-court drops. Ooh, he hit the nick. But Mikey's moving well. He's covering it well.
Mikey left. 9-6.
Are you allowed to call someone whose first name is Michael Mikey when he's over 40?
Come on, he's Mike. He's always Mikey. Yeah. Except when his wife Kate is talking to him, it's Michael.
Okay. Oh well,
especially if he's in the Casa de Bow Wow.
You okay?
It's Michael.
Yes.
10-6.
When people call me Andrew, I know I've done something wrong.
That gets your attention. Well, if the ball's at the front and I need you running, that's what I'm calling you. Andrew, get up there.
Yeah, no way. It's still your ball. There's a lob from Manic. Lob from,
oh, BTB.
Around the back from James Bamber.
Now he's catching some fire. Wow.
So Manic missed the nick.
He's pumped up.
And James hit a counter reverse. He had position on Chris.
11-6.
So that's kind
that
of
was
on
a big point.
That's kind of on Manic there too.
Let ball. 11-6.
It was a good shot by Chris Gallis, but James had radar lock on him. So we're playing a let.
Oh.
Loose backhand from Manic. Wow, this is
12-6.
The number 2 seed in danger of losing this third game, and a power 10 overhead from Manic.
13-6.
Wow, we could have two upsets here in tonight. Not in the women's draw. The women's draw is gone according to seeding. The top 4 teams in the men made it through, but the number 1 team already lost. Number 2 team in big trouble.
We've got some requests from the fans watching online for you to sing Duran Duran.
Pick up was good.
Maybe tomorrow during the finals.
Side out.
Girls on film?
Yeah.
7-13.
You can sing the national anthem on court.
The Canadian national
anthem? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Canadian.
In French? It starts off in French, by the way.
Hey, what?
The Canadian national anthem, when you sing,
second hand,
you know, at hockey games in Montreal,
7-14 game ball.
Starts off in French.
Ah.
And then finishes in English.
And that's what we'll have you do.
(14-7). It's game ball for Team White. That's Mike Ferreira, James Bamber, winner of the Big Apple Open at the New York Athletic Club, home of the Heisman.
Game.
And
that was a
Ferreira and Bamber lead 2 games to 1.
Gasp goes through the crowd. Andrew Slater, Will Hardigan will be back in 2 minutes.
2 games to 1. 4th game, level.
Okay, we're back for the 4th game here at the University Club of Boston. It's Andrew Slater coming to you from the 2022 MFS Boston Pro-Am Doubles. I'm here with Will Hardigan, club member and professional tour member. All right, so Team White is beating the number 2 seeds, Manic Mathur, Chris Callis. Did you happen to, I know you didn't talk to them, but did you happen to hear what the right wall player Chris Callis was telling Manic?
I didn't.
Between
Did you?
I did not. It's probably something like, don't hit the tin. Let's keep the ball in play for a little bit.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, that's a really sweet forehand drop.
Side out. 1-all.
You know, Mikey and Bamber also just played a great game there. At a certain point, you gotta
tip your hat and say. But I would still probably play Mike. I'd probably start lobbing Mike a little bit here just to make him work a little harder.
Yeah, well,
they're definitely going after him in this game.
I think right now, Team Black feels like they can go, or Team White feels like they can go at Callis with impunity, and he's not going to punish him too much.
Global warming again.
Global warming.
Two, 1.
There's the hard serve once again to.
Oh,
there's the famous.
He broke his cardinal rule.
Yeah, that's the
second hand.
That's the
2-all.
forehand roll we were looking for from Mike Ferreira.
Know who hits that shot as well as anyone I've ever seen is Addison West.
Oh, really? Okay, interesting. Because I was just going to say the first one who really used it the most was Alan Grant back in the late 80s, early 90s. Because his forehand was so open, he could lay it down really well.
I never got a chance to really see him play, but I've heard he was legendary.
Level.
Yeah, power and not afraid to go
2-all.
for, if you had an open ball, not afraid to go for shots. Manic Mathur with the lob to the back. This could be a long game here because it's critical for the number 2 seeds to not lose it. Meaning that if the white team has got to win it. So I think we're in for some longer rallies here. Definitely from the black team. Yeah, they're Chris Callis and Mike are going cross court, and Chris is trying.
Right box.
For you hockey fans out there, I'm like
3-2.
devastated. The Montreal Canadiens beat the Leafs tonight. Ugh.
So in those photos at the Heights Casino of Alan Grant and Ned Edwards and
4-2.
other guys like
Todd
that.
Binns,
Todd
probably.
Binns.
Tom Page, probably.
Tom Page. What were the rackets that they were using? Were they like the long, skinny first version graphite rackets with the little circular heads?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, and not the big head because you had a
side out.
You had a
3-4.
You had a rule on what the square area of the racket was allowed to be. Spalding had a big-headed racket, but it was illegal.
What year did the rackets change? From wood.
Wood to graphite?
No, from wood to graphite.
Wood to graphite. I'm going to say 83 because I had wood rackets after I graduated, and then I met up with a squash buddy of mine in Hawaii, and we went to played in Japan and Hong Kong, and he had a fresh batch of graphite rackets. So I'm going to say 80, 83, 84.
Were there any guys that held on to the woodies long after the graphites came into play?
Well, everyone was sponsored, so no one was promoting the wood rackets. So unlike John McEnroe, who held on to his wood Dunlops for a while, and then finally had to give in to the Dunlop graphite racket. Squash players switched pretty quickly. More power,
Mikey,
durability.
right. 3-5.
All right, Callis and Mathur are up 5-3.
Right box. 3-5.
And there's not much chit chat here. Everyone knows it's pretty intense. Here's a Manic's going back to play the backhand. Usually Chris goes to get it. Right, yeah, here's the lobbing of Mike Ferreira starting. There's a frame, and this was
side out.
This was not the greatest hit by Manic, but
3.
Mike didn't expect such a poor shot and didn't move his feet, and so I don't know whether yeah, it's change up, but I'm not sure whether it's fatigue or just. So here we go. He's up the front wall.
7-3.
And hits the tin on a drop shot. So I don't know whether he's wearing down physically or mentally.
Great straight rail from Bamber.
Yeah.
That's a hard shot to hit well.
7-4.
With the perfect weight in doubles, so it doesn't come up at all.
Oh yeah, it's you maybe won a match.
Yeah.
There's Chris Callis lobbing Mike Ferreira.
Level. 7-4.
So this came through the middle, and James Bamber was just in the way of Chris Callis' backhand. So we're playing a let. This is the last match of the evening, and Mike Ferreira with a 10. But Chris Callis going for that
8-4.
That
like
cross
that
nick.
He
missed
shot
it. He
really
missed it,
well.
but Mike didn't really see it. Oh boy. This is
9-4.
quickly going to.
When you have a game like this in Boston, they say you played the steel drums in the high school band. I've been accused of it myself a few times.
All right, so if you're, I mean, oh boy. So Mike Ferreira calling out to himself to focus.
10-4.
When you're in this position, I was telling Greg this last night. I mean, you got one of two things. You got to figure out whether you're fitter than the other team, and all you do is keep the ball in play, or you pick on someone to wear them out.
11-4.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be good to give Monik and Callis a game this easy.
Yeah, you got to pick on one of them and say, okay, we're going to hit every ball to you. Try and get you tired or pissed off or something. But you just can't tank the game. But it's now
side out.
I mean, it's 5-11 coming in.
5-11.
And they're still going to serve to Callis first. There's a 10 from Manic. So, you know, I mean, you've got this big lead. You're down 1-2. You can't get sloppy like that.
6-11.
You got to put the nails in the coffin on this game. As you know, squash doubles can be really streaky because they're two people who are emotionally involved. If they're both depressed, then it goes into that black hole pretty soon.
Yeah.
And if you're both happy and you're rolling, then you're shooting, nicking stuff out, and everything's
I'm still
hunky-dory.
I'm still rattled that you went from 14-3 up. You lost it.
Don't
to
tell me
14-0.
about it. Tell me
gonna
about
think
it.
about
We
that a lot.
needed the money too in that match. It was.
Ooh, did he catch his partner in the ear?
Yeah.
Mikey left. 6-12.
Or did he just buzz his tower?
There's that roll that Manic. He was up for it, but he didn't
Side
really
out.
believe that Mike would hit it.
13-6.
Mike going up there, trying a little backhand roll, hit the tin. So Chris Cowles serving to Michael Ferreira, and
there's the reverse off the lob serve.
13-7.
Yeah, and that was a good serve actually. So last time Chris Cowles hard serve to Mike, he came around and hit the forehand roll. So maybe they should come in serving to James Bamber. Just a thought, James Bamber's coming in and serving to Chris Cowles first. Why not return the favor?
Wow.
That's a
What a
high
shot from
backhand
Mikey.
cross, Nick. This is,
Side out.
That
I
two-hander allows him. He
13.
gets around the ball so well.
Yeah. Well, Sharif Khan, who was 13 out of 14 North American titles, had a two-handed backhand as well. He released it a lot quicker than Mike Ferreira, but man, he could really bring it too.
Yeah.
Play the ball really quickly with that.
I mean, Mikey's in shoot mode right now.
Well, you're down 18-13.
I like it. He's the type of guy that could do it too.
And they're making him work here, up and back.
Good shot from Callis.
Yeah. Nice little cross drop from Chris.
Mikey
Slots
right.
it into the neck.
8-14. Game ball.
Not even a hard serve from Mike. He's just going to throw it up.
Games are tied at 2.
All right,
That was
we're
the
going to
steel
5.
drums. That was the steel drums.
We're going to 5. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we're back for Game 5. Number 2 seeds winning that last game. It's Andrew Slater here at the University Club of Boston. This is the last match of the evening. Men's semifinal. Team in white, Michael Ferreira and James Bamber, who were
Games are
winners
tied
earlier
at
in the year
2-all.
in New York City at the New York Athletic Club.
Final game.
They're playing number 2 seeds
Level.
Manic Mathur and Chris Callis out of the racket and tennis in New York. Here we go. First point. I'm here with Will Hartigan, University Club of Boston member and professional doubles player on the tour. Lost a close one last night. 5th game. Do you go for the favorites, or are you pulling for Team White here, Mel? Will.
You know, it's been such a seesaw. I don't know what to do here. Do you just go with the with the flip-flopping of games, or do you think that the black kind of figured something out last game?
Well, they're now
1-love.
leading in the match for the first time. 1 game to love in the 5th. Mike Ferreira. So we found out in the 4th game that the team in black was going to lob Mike Ferreira in the white. He is the oldest guy in the quarterfinals, but he's deadly when he gets going. So there might be a little test of fitness, intestinal fortitude.
You know, I think they're going to try to test Mikey's patience and fitness in this game for sure and just see what happens. But it's a dangerous game because he can get hot.
Yeah, exactly. He can get hot and
1-love.
Shoot his way out of trouble. There's a lob from Kaskalis. He does not want to engage Mike with the power just yet.
This is where Callis can really buckle down and turn it into a 45-minute game if he wants to. Did I just announcer's curse that? Did he hit that out?
Side out.
Yes.
Oh, no.
1-all.
Okay, you can't say anything for at least 30 seconds here.
Okay.
All right, James Bamber, hard serve to Chris Callis. And Mike Ferreira, oh boy, what a gift. Just banged one into the tin.
Second hand.
It's playing,
1-2.
as you said.
The steel drums.
The steel drums. There we go. And the marching band. There's that gentle overhead lob from Chris Gosling. All right, Mike now, he knows what's going on. He's
3-1.
He's an angry man at the moment. So is he going to shoot off the serve here? I don't know. No, he's gonna buckle down, I think, or attempt to. But he did go for a reverse.
One thing about Mikey, he always doubles down.
Yeah. So look, this is a great forehand through the middle.
Especially after he's been, shooting it into the corners for the last couple games.
Oh, sorry, 3-2.
Mix one of those in there.
Yeah, Monic was ahead of him, waiting for the roll corner.
Yeah.
Chris was waiting for the forehand reverse, and he fires it through the middle, split the defense. So I know James is younger, and he's going to defer to Mike's.
See, and just like
wisdom.
that, Mikey's hit two great winners back to back.
Yeah. So, it takes a young guy with some stones to come up to Mike Ferrer and say, "Listen, when it goes back, let me take a few more balls."
You can say it all you want. I'm not sure you're getting that ball.
Yeah.
Unbelievable shot. Wow. Fantastic. 4-3.
That was a great forehand reverse by Chris.
Is that down?
Second hand.
No, it was good.
Yeah, great shot by Chris Callis. So those of you, a lot of times we're unsighted and can't really tell by the sound. We're at a monitor because the stands are full, and they don't have enough room for us to sit actually watch it live, we're seeing the same shots as you guys are. We can hear the crowd, obviously. And,
see, the problem with going to Mikey is like there's such a fine line between slow balling it to him and then leaving it on his racket, and if you do that,
yeah,
you're really screwed.
Chris Callis actually going down the line to James Bamber. There's a lob back to Mikey Ferreira.
It's tough for Monik. I mean, he gets iced every time he plays. He gets iced out over there, and I think that's part of the reason why, you know, he tells me, ooh, did it get him?
Well,
5-4,
let's
right
see on
box.
the replay.
So what is that call?
Well, if it's side by side, I would appeal that. I don't know what the call was there.
They gave him a let.
They gave him a let. That's I would have said no let, point to Team Black, but Mikey Ferreira with the two-handed reverse.
6-4.
Irretrievable. Say that quickly. Irretrievable. Coming around, Mike Ferreira on his right, decides to lob it, so they've got this 2-point lead. Maybe he's being a little conservative, I don't know. Oh boy, there's a freebie.
It's too easy for him.
Side out, Chris, 5-6.
Shoot to thrill, play to kill.
I mean, he is not afraid to shoot a shot.
There's the soft lob to Mike, just a
I mean, it just looks tiring going back and going for those lobs with two hands above his head.
Yeah.
It's exhausting enough with one hand on the racket.
Well, not only, I mean, and people used to do the same thing with me when I played left wall, and I'd be in there for 2.5 hours hating the game.
Yeah.
Where I could shoot my way out of trouble, and all you're trying to do is
Chris left,
pray
6-0.
that I get a ball that my right wall partner could put away or do something with. And it's not so much physically draining; it's mentally draining.
Right.
Where we're having to play it safe. And, you know, this is what they're doing to Mike. They're torturing him.
But I mean, Mikey's such a good shooter that.
Yeah, well, that's the difference. I mean, he's, you know, he can.
And he's got
given the opportunity,
such good
shoot.
heat. But we're going on 2 hours of this.
Yeah. And he came around and a tin. Then that's his classic shot too.
7-6.
Come around in the forehand and hit the roll corner, and he tinned it. All right. So the number 2 team has finally regained the lead in the 5th game, 7-6. Number 2 seeds Manic Mathur, Chris Callis out of the racket and tennis in New York, going up against Mike Ferreira, also racket and tennis, and James Bamber, Heights Casino in New York, originally from Australia. Oh boy.
No.
8-6.
That was, you know, he figures it's routine, but you know, you could tell by the footwork that it was a little tired. There's the high lob. He's got to come around.
Out of court.
Oh, that's a
Wow.
loose one from Chris.
Big point.
Monik right.
Global warming.
8-7.
Sherwin-Williams.
Hard serve? No, lob serve. Watch out.
Not up.
Oh, see?
What
did I tell you?
Yeah. Okay.
You don't want to slow serve this guy.
Side out. Oh.
8 all. Wow. what's going on. Manic is saying, come on, tell me when
He
I'm
thinks
hitting
it
a
was
crappy
down.
serve. You think it was down?
I thought it was pretty close. Watch this. I mean,
good.
we can't see it
Close,
from
but-
here, but
No, it's a sound that you need. That we need. We gave a
Coming
little
in,
time here for
8-all.
Mike to rest up too. Nice pickup by Chris Callis. Ooh, that's a freebie.
they needed that.
Manic Bethur backhand in the 10.
9-8.
Mikey could use a big winner from Bamber here. You know?
If James
Just wanted
sees,
to add a little cushion.
yeah, but James has got to see the ball where he wants it to.
Yeah,
to do
he's
something.
not getting good looks.
You don't want to be proactive on a,
Is that
on a
another
tough
error?
ball. Yeah,
10-8.
Wow. All right. I think this is going to get close down the stretch.
Well, it's close already. Yeah,
Yeah.
You could hear Mike Ferreira grunting, going up for that high lob.
In the fifth is when the noises start coming out uncontrollably. Various noises.
Like yours.
Yeah, yours. That's when they start to get a little manic.
That's M-A-N-I-C.
Yeah, not Monic.
Not Monic. Yeah,
Not the
exactly.
Canadian pronunciation
Oh,
of
for
Monic.
sure. Yeah.
Pasta.
For sure.
This is where that sides practice comes in handy. Big shot.
Yeah.
Big shot from Callis.
Yeah. Well, even if he missed it by a little bit, it
Right.
forces Mike to go up,
10-9.
and then they reset and then lob him. So this is they're torturing Mike, your old partner, out there, and
Yeah.
and they're down. So
That's what he gets
whether
for
it works or
dumping me.
not, and James Bamber overran that ball.
Side out.
Oh,
he,
no.
He was so far out
10-all.
in front. It was not the greatest reverse by Chris. So 10-all. There's the high lob to Mike Ferreira. There's another high lob. There's the,
Oh, heartbreaking to
Yeah.
watch.
11,
That was hard to watch.
10.
okay.
Chris
So
left.
right. So if I were Mike's partner, so okay, James is a lot younger, so he's gonna defer to Mike or whatever. Or actually, Mike should pull James away and say, okay, you got to start taking some of those balls in the back. Otherwise, you're gonna see
That
Mike
conversation.
die
Oh,
on the
Mikey.
court. Oh,
That conversation's not going to happen because Mikey wants that ball right there.
yeah, exactly. But that was not a good ball
Second
by
hand,
Chris. Right?
11-all.
He popped that up right in his zone. So, you know.
Right in the kill zone. Oh, Michael.
Yeah, there's a shot. That's a shot.
That's where he might call himself Michael.
12-11.
Yes. Michael.
Yeah. Oh, what a get. Oh, God. Oh.
Mike slotting it in there. Manic and Chris got confused. Okay, broken ball.
No.
This is
Couldn't be.
It's not gone.
Bamber. With a little celebration around that.
all right. 12-all, fifth game. Team in white
12-all.
Hard serve.
trying to upset.
Watch
team
how
in
Bamber
black.
steps into that hard serve. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's
like a-
legal. You know, I used to call most foot faults against Gary Waite and Clive Leach. They take a running start. They'd be so far in front of the red line, way out of the quarter circle. It was.
Oh, good little hold and trickle.
Oh, it could be a
my
left point.
God, that was big.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they wanted to change strategy right there.
He got analysis paralysis.
Team in white up 13-12, trying to upset the number 2 seeds.
What a match.
Mathur and Chris Cowles. Three wall. Nice hands by Mathur.
That ball.
Yeah, Chris Cowles got hit by the ball.
You know, the thing that's so exciting about this match is, at this point in a match, it usually turns into just hitting it. Everyone's hitting it hard.
Yeah, everyone turns
Mikey's
into
still shooting left
yeah.
and right.
Well, yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah, usually it goes into bang ball.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the what they're talking about here.
They might go to a new ball at 13-12 in the 5th. That would be chaos.
I'll tell you a really bad story on my part too about the ball breaking.
13-12.
No, I can't do it right now.
Yeah, we got to focus here.
Yeah.
Save it for the final. Oh, 13-all.
Mike Ferreira
Second end.
going for it though.
13-all.
I mean, it was there, so he should have gone for it.
Wow, he almost aced him. That is vintage
bad bounce.
Mikey.
Yeah, that bad bounce at the back for Chris Cowles, who just popped it back into play. Manic coming around with the backhand. Manic's going to take the backhand again. They're lobbing Mike. There's
wow. Oh my word.
He tried a Philly there, Chris Cowles.
What a spot from Cowles.
Came through the middle, and you know what? That's.
Oh, did they ask to check it?
Yeah, they're checking,
they're
the
checking
ball.
This
Is
would
all,
be
again.
big.
This is like every point. Every rally they're going to check the ball. It's probably broken on the inside, like the two of us, right?
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. I'm doing just fine over here.
Okay.
Side out, 14-13,
you know that's not
match ball.
Is that a tear in your eye?
It's like, then why are you crying over there?
All right, we're going to continue play. Ball is fine to play with at the moment. Manic Mathur, Chris Cowles trying to seal their victory and punch their ticket into tomorrow's final against Zach Alexander and Greg MacArthur.
Wow,
And
big shot from Bamber.
James Bamber. So it's sudden death, sudden victory coming up here. 14-all.
Let's go. Love it. Now they're checking the ball again?
Yeah.
It's worth a shot.
Feel good. Manic.
Bamber's pumped.
Okay.
Left
All right.
box.
This is they're serving to Mike Ferreira. Mike Ferreira. Oh no, they're not. No, it's going to James Bamber.
Oh, they're serving to Bamber.
Well, I think
14
They want that. He's going to serve it very hard right now.
everybody playing length here. Mike went for it though. Oh, he's going to appeal. Did not get it. Did not get it. They're going to check the ball.
He's got one ball check, and this is it.
Game in the match.
Oh.
The bull's fine.
Little backhand reverse by Chris Cowles. What a great match. 1 point in the 5th.
What a match.
Yeah.
That was great to watch.
We'll be back tomorrow with the ladies final at 12:30. And the men's final at 1:30. Will Hardigan, Andrew Slater. We'll see you tomorrow.